Overwhelming evidence, food is random. The test and reticle, they the report too. Over evidence, food is random. Even if they iron on top of beavers too. Overwhelming evidence, they is random. The watch is watching, no. Do the right thing, no. Over evidence, food is random. Overwhelming evidence, food is random. Overwhelming evidence. This is the Vawulence space. Overwhelming evidence, food is random. Overwhelming evidence, this is ground. Election, put us for tension. Over evidence, this is random. Nigeria is bleeding because of corruption. Too much evidence, food is ground. 25% to it is sacrosanct. Overwhelming evidence, food is random. The mandate of the people has been stolen now. Over evidence, state is ground. No technicalities can save that man, no. Because overwhelming evidence, food is random. Nigeria judiciary are now on trial. Over evidence, state is ground. All the judges, it's your time to shine, no. Over evidence, food is random. All eyes on judiciary, the world is watching, no. Too much evidence, food is ground. Overwhelming evidence, food is random. Overwhelming evidence, daily ground. Overwhelming evidence, food is random. Overwhelming evidence, daily ground. We want the election over province. This is the Vawulence space. Business before Flex Part 2. Many things where I don't see, oh. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see, oh. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. To listen to news na depression. If you get connection na oppression. We dey pray to possess our possession. Yet the country they slave for recession. Many people plan not to jack bound. But get one thing I wanna ask you now. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life no competition. Now the priest they meet us for confession. Holy Ghost I'm a go for protection. Now Naja go first on your progression. Many people plan not to jack bound. But get one thing I wanna ask you now. Who go come fix our Naija? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things see they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many people plan not to jack bound. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vawulence Space. Vawulence Space. Vawulence Space. Vawulence Space. Lamba. Vawulence Space. We're the patriots. Converge. Sharing. Raw facts. Brilliant analysis. Breaking reports. Friendly banter. I get that to go play. All of you my time, palabra, we don't tell that time, down to go play. I'm on the people don't stand, that's it, the question, but one no day, wait don't go change. One no day, put up to it. One no day. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you're spacing from, you're welcome to another Violence Space. Welcome, my brothers, my sisters, my uncles, my aunties, my relatives, friends, and foes alike. You're welcome to another episode of the Violence Space. It is a beautiful Tuesday evening from my side, the first Violence Space of the week, and as usual, as always, it promises to be an entertaining and amazing space today. Thank you to every single one of you that have come out this early morning to join us. Thank you to all our first responders. Thank you to my brothers well in Nigeria. See you, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Every single one of you that requested the mic. I see every single one of you. Hopefully, it's going to be a filled up space with all our hosts and co-hosts and speakers coming out today to discuss pertinent issues that has to do with nation building. Thank you to every single one of you, the first responders listening to my voice. Today's space is somehow awkward for me because I'm gonna say it's the first space I'm having out of my domain in a very long time. So you guys might be hearing some some when I try not to laugh. Wait now, I think I expose myself before I go cast. You guys might be hearing some kind of noise, Please bear with us. Bear with us. Hopefully, for the next couple of weeks, it's going to be like this until we readjust and I get back to base. But thank you to every single one of you. It's going to be an amazing space as usual. Thank you to all of you that have come out. The first responders, I say this because many people don't get to hear my submissions in the course of this space because I always have to give my submissions first and the space goes on and we keep growing in number. But you guys are always come out here first to listen. Here, I give you guys good jams. That's why I have to play you guys better songs. So you guys can be dancing and getting into the mood of the show for today. And I have to do my best to lay down the foundation on which our amazing, eloquent speakers come out and blaze the whole space up. So it's important I give you guys your flowers. Big shout out to every single one of you listening to this space from YouTube, from our radio station, the Violence Radio Station, on our Facebook. Please, today, my tech team said I must have to pause this space for all of you to go to Facebook. Please, I beg every one of you on the platform, do me a favor and go to Facebook and log in from Facebook also. Please. I don't know how I probably he's going to come up here and explain because I don't understand the modalities, but he said we need to get our listeners up on Facebook also. So I need all of you. If you have people on Facebook, because there's a very large community of Nigerians on Facebook, a very huge chunk of us are on Facebook. And honestly speaking, that place is also one place that we should also beam our searchlights to. And if we can get a community there also, good and fair for us, and we can keep this gospel of spreading this good news of a new Nigeria into that same chatter also. So please, guys, if you're on Facebook, please log into our Facebook account. Log in from there also, and let's see how let's have feedback today from the Facebook channel. What do you think? How is it going over from that part of the world? I'm not on Facebook. I'm not going to lie. I'm not on Facebook. I had to I used to be on Facebook, but as Twitter started and all this whole stuff, I got into what I did not expect in my life because God knows I say this all the time. I never in my life saw myself doing what I'm doing today. I'm a very, very easygoing person. I just want to live my life, flex my life, and just enjoy my life the way I can enjoy my life. And Nigeria happened and we are here today, and I had to deactivate my Facebook. I had to delete all my pictures across social media, everything, just to make sure that I remain as I am. Because for me, I say this all the time, it's not about clout, it's not about fame. I don't need anything from this movement. I just want to contribute my own quota to make sure Nigeria works. And if God has given us a platform like this to help it grow, that is what I'm going to do. So for my own life, I have killed my own life. This is virtually me saying this is the first travel I'm making over a year. It's crazy. I've not gone out. I've not done anything. I've not had a weekend for myself in over a year. So
It's the only time I've not been up here is when I had an accident. So I just feel like I have to share this for people to understand the sacrifices many of us are making, and it's not as if there is anything we want from this stuff. It's just to see a country that works, and that is just for me. That's how I feel. That's how I see this stuff, and that's exactly how I intend. And I hope we all can see this stuff as something that you're doing for yourself. What do you want to gain from this stuff? What is in it for you? Is it for your personal aggrandizement, or you're doing this because you want to see a Nigeria that works? If it is for a Nigeria that works, then you put in your all and keep doing it despite how odds or how everything is going. Just keep believing, keep pushing, and hopefully, by the grace of God, we're going to get this country that we are really, really, really dreaming for and we're craving for. So, guys, please, thank you to every single one of you. This space is going to be an amazing space. As I always say, I'm trying to lay down the ground rules for the space before jumping into the conversation today. If you're joining us for the first time, you are welcome. Probably you've heard about the violence space. You've heard about that space, from the Abado camp. They call us we have different nomenclature depending on where you're listening. You've heard about us from. From the Abado camp, you hear us as those people that used to radicalize obedience. So for some obedient camp, you hear us as those people that are so and that don't used to give everybody chance to just there are so many things you must have heard about us, but it's good for you to always come and experience for the first time. People have come out and said, Saddam, I've heard this about you guys, and when I came here, it was a different thing, atmosphere all of a sudden. But one thing we can tell ourselves is that nobody's going to name us or tell what we represent. What we represent on this platform is facts and figures. That is what the violence space have been known for over the past couple of months and year plus. We have been known for facts and figures that you can take to the bank. Hardworking Nigerians doing researches. We have blazed the trail when it comes to space in this country. No gainsaying. We have done amazing work together as a people, as a community. We have. I just don't. I can. And this will not be for violence space, that, but I'm just saying this for you guys to understand. If you're a first timer, I promise you this is not going to be your last time. You will come next time with your family and friends. And for our second timers, I'm sure you're here because you enjoyed what you listened to the last time. And for the third timers, you are now family. So welcome, La Familia, welcome friends and foes alike, welcome community of violence, the church of violence, that's the mosque, the atmosphere, the shrine, whatever you want to call it. This is the space where you have to be. So as you are right here listening to my voice, I indulge every single one of you to please give me my 25%. Give us our sacrifice, please. As you come to this church, this mosque, you must give us our sacrifice, because as we give you knowledge and information, you give us our sacrifice. And when I say our sacrifice, it is important. Every single one of you listening to my voice, you retweet the space, you share the space, you like the space, and you let the whole world know that the number one space on X is up and running. And as usual, we're taking no prisoners today. So please indulge us. Hit the like button, hit the share button, retweet or repost the space at Elon Musk might say, and let's get more people into this building, because for us on this platform, it is important to shape this narrative, and we say it as it is. So thank you for every single one of you. Hopefully today, I don't know if Jimmy has been having problem with his voice. I've been training his voice. I took him to training school. Had to go and coach him because he has not been dropping jams. So many of you have been reaching out to me. Why is Jimmy not giving us an LP jam? Probably his voice. I don't know whether his surgery was successful, but I don't know if he has healed. And probably he's going to do it for us today. If not, we will wait upon him on Thursday or on Saturday. But I am certain Jimmy must drop LP for you guys this week. I don't know either it's today or Thursday or on Saturday, but one of these days I am certain it's going to happen. So thank you to every single one of you on the platform. Guys, let's jump into the conversation today. I see all of you requesting for the mic. God bless you all. It's important we have these conversations. And yesterday, while I was on my way, my brother reached out to me, and he said, one of our brothers reached out to me and said, Saddam, please, can we have an emergency space right now? I say, it seems you guys don't even understand. Most times, I'm just like, big shout out to you, Melvin Nigeria guy. How you do this stuff sometimes. I used to be like that last year, so I understand how you do it somehow. But bro, man, it's you. Honestly speaking, God. But he has done afternoon shift in 1 space, and he's here now for night shift. You see, and probably tomorrow morning again he'll go on that morning shift. So it's crazy, but you see the determination, you see the passion for someone that wants to see this country work and giving his all, because nobody's going to pay him. Nobody's paying nothing. He can choose to keep quiet, and We know the rest. But thank you, my brother. I just wanted to delay this. And my friend reached out to me. I was like, Saddam, let's have an emergency space today. Yesterday, I was like, bro, there is nothing. If you like, put cutlass on my neck. Apart from the fact that we had a Yoruba running space yesterday, and there was nothing that was going to make me have a space yesterday. I was because to recover alone from this space, people don't understand. Talking is now walk on the own. Now walk on the own. It's not like when you can come and talk 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and it's good. Boom. But you talk for hours, you're draining energy, you're zapping. Everything is just blowing out of your body and everything. So, but and I was like, I cannot. But we're going to discuss about this and today, because for us on the violence space, it's important that why informations are going out and being circulated out there, we always have to sit down and research. If it means the food getting sour and we're going to recook it and bring it out, let it be hot and crispy, we will do that. We have done that so many times. So we might not necessarily have to jump on trending issues the moment it drops. We can allow the whole thing simmer and everybody gets a bite of it. Everybody talks about it. Then we come out here in a very big way as a community after doing our own research and now discuss and say, okay, let us have this discussion. Let us have this talk about this whole stuff. Because yesterday, when that kite was being flown yesterday, I came out and I saw some couple of tweets, and God knows I had to go in as I just felt the way I went, and I saw some couple of obedient handles, dropping all those gem tweets of we don't know, we have so many professionals in this field, and big shout out to them. Many of us, I'm an amateur in politics. All I just know is that I just joined something I don't even know about, but something I know is that what we're doing here as a people over the past couple of months and weeks, and a year plus right now, I think we are all experienced to a point whereby that there are some mistakes we shouldn't make as a people. There are some mistakes that are not that when you make them after like a year of doing something, people begin to question you. Is it truly that you're making mistakes, or you're dumb? Or is it that you're dumb, or you're willingly doing what you're doing, or you know what you're doing? So because I don't understand for the life of me why after we have spent all these I have to call it years, because for me it's a year plus. It's something like 1 year plus is years for me. After all this experience we have garnered in the course of campaigning, the whole battles we fought, the lessons we've learned, and the narratives we have shaped. There are some things that we should, especially people that for me, I say, to whom much is given, much is expected. If I see a young handle, probably an obedient that just joined the movement, or even if you've been old and you don't have this secular. I see all of us as one though, but when God has given you this responsibility, probably by having more followers, you control more experience and control more audience than a relative. Although we are all equal here, but that experience, I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. We should use it wisely, and so we don't lead people astray, because there are things you will go and say out there and you will lead so many people astray. And I saw some couple of tweets, and I had to just go straight on those tweets and just tell them as my mind is, because I said this. I did not join into this movement to make friends, as Jimmy will always say. We're not here to make friends. We have never started this thing to say we will fall out a whole lot. We are here to get back our country. And if you don't like our own this thing, you're also free to call us out. The day we move, we shift guns. You call us out. I said this, that the greatest thing I've seen on Twitter, my greatest experience on Twitter, is how Twitter have demystified people. You can have 1 million followers and you're not getting 10 tweets. You're not getting 10 retweets. You're not getting. So if you live your life based on the validation of retweets or likes or impressions, especially right now that Elon Musk's money is involved, there's a serious problem for you. So, but if you understand that all these things just come and go, that there are people that have been here before you and they have fallen off. They have fallen off, rightfully so or wrongfully so. You understand that all these things are just for the moment. Then you now find your focus and or your what you're looking for and live with it. So for me right now, I'm pushing a course whereby I'm saying it with my chest that I do not mind making enemies with everybody, as long as I am in that position of to stand up. What I'm standing on is the right path. So I will never come out right now and see, after we have spent all these years working and we are here talking about the disqualification of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then any person that is under LP or rightfully so thinking under LP will now come and tell us that a rerun with Tinubu involved. How can Tinubu be involved in any rerun? In which world are we talking about a rerun with Tinubu inside? Is it all of a sudden we're trying to make? Are we trying to now? Are you trying to make our case in the court look like we don't know what to present them before the courts? Are we not trying to justify the fact that a criminal drug baron, in the voice of AGK, that always come here and say the criminal drug? Are we trying to now act as if all those things did not happen? I was just confused. I was like, where is this one coming from? Where are we? Where is this coming from? From which kitchen of hell did they cook this stuff on a Saturday, on a Sunday night, and dish it out on a Monday morning for Nigerians? That there is a merger, an LPMerger. Like, from where? From how? From what? And I'm like, let us be very, 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 very careful, because for me, you can go out and talk what you want to talk, but yes, but when you say what you talk, people like us will come and attack you. We respect ourselves, so we settle down after this whole this. All the people don't fight to settle ourselves. So, but for this one, we fight for a good Nigeria. We go fight well. We are going to fight. And I had to just make a couple of tweets, and I'm sure so many of you also came out, and I'm so happy that the obedient movement is so strong right now that people were already on this case. There cannot be any wrong with Bola Ahmed Tinubu in it. If I had told Bola Ahmed Tinubu to go and push drugs, or to be a woman in America and come to Nigeria and become a man, or to have multiple dates of birth, fake certification in everything that has to do with the man, even the name is fake. If I was the one that encouraged him, then I can say, or if I'm benefiting from the system that he's creating, or probably I have a fake certificate, then I will be fighting for him. But not when I have worked so hard all my life. I know how many years many of us take hustle come for university. Maybe God be so we collect original pali. Many of our mates ran away, did the wrong come for school. If you know about Ghana, please go and ask about UNN. They'll tell you about how many years boys is there for UNN. If you graduate for UNN with your set, I'm not part from you're a genius, man. You can be a genius and you will still, not even you will be a genius and you will still feel the brunt of that school. The Nigerian system is messed up. Many of us fought tooth and nail. We died. I know people that did 14 years, 15 years, some 20 years to get certificate, original certificate. Then out of nowhere, a man comes out and falsify everything about him, and his reward is to be the president of Nigeria. And you are now coming out to tell us that we should be preparing for a rerun with him? You must be crazy upstairs. So that's just exactly how I saw this stuff. So we have to reach out and say, ask people, and say, no. All those talk of merger and all those things are all serious lies from the pit of hell. If there's anything that's going to go on going forward, is that if there's any alliances, Atiku and Kwankwaso coming to say, Peter Obi, please, how can we? Because if there's going to be, I'm saying this right now for everybody to understand that if there's ever going to be any rerun, of which there might be a possibility, that's me, I didn't start putting out for every obedient gender. There's the possibility that there's going to be a rerun, and having a rerun is based on the fact that we have proven before the courts that INEC elections, that election was sham first. That election was sham first. And if they cannot, INEC could not bring out any proof to prove that election can stand. As it stands now, that election is already cancelled. Then if they're going to go into that cancelled elections and bring out the original result, people will be won the elections. But I'm looking at it from that aspect. I know that these evil people will not want to declare Peter Obi straight up. And if they're not going to declare Peter Obi straight up, the only thing they can do is to declare a rerun. That is the only stand in this election. That's why I say the only stand are wasting right now like this now. And right now, as it stands now like this now, there cannot be, the only rerun that is possible, that is attainable, is a rerun between LP, PDP, and others. APC, Tinubu can never be on any ballot in any country, not for a house of, not for class captain, because he did not even go to school. And they are aware of these facts. They know what we are saying. In fact, let me now bust people's bubble, because I've been hiding this information. I got this information, and because most times I think I have to just start dropping this information. Some are very, very sensitive, but I just have to drop them most times for them just to understand. I know when this whole rerun stuff came out, it has come out since, but we have tried to keep it in-house and grow this whole, and make sure they understand our position. As it stands now, my brothers and sisters, the judges are all in unity. They know Tinubu has, this election has been cancelled. Tinubu is going to be cancelled first. What they're not fighting for, what Tinubu camp is fighting for, and that's why you can see, and why we are bringing this information is because of they have played their hands out. We have to play our hands out and inform our people to understand. So probably when you saw like last month or last few months, a few weeks ago, some of our people came out and saying, "Where's your PVC? Do you have your PVC?" It is because that information was already out. There is no judgment that will come out from that court that will vindicate Tinubu's retaining this office at hand right now. It is not possible. They know this. So when you see his ministerial appointment, when people say, Wike House Minister of this thing, it is him playing his hand right now to also understand that he's trying to make sure those places that he could not hold, he gets them. But we are telling the judges that he is not even going to be involved in these elections. This is it, because any ruling that has to do with Tinubu being on the ballot, it is a total revolt from the Nigerian people. We say no to it. We cannot stand it. We cannot take it. It will not happen. We will not go for any ballot. We will not go for any elections with Tinubu on that ballot. He must be disqualified. Finito. So that is when we are standing and when we should be standing loud and clear to the whole judges to listen right now, that we know what people are doing. And in fact, let me now break the final bubble now, because a in-house person that came out and told me, and the person told me, he said, Saddam, actually what we are fighting for is let APC be on the ballot, not Tinubu on the ballot. Let me give you guys the bobo these evil people are planning. Let APC be on the ballot. That yes, they know that Tinubu, that his debt is too much. They know that they'll be disqualified, but they're trying to find a way whereby the court will say it is INEC's fault that they did not clear and wash away Tinubu's this thing. But Tinubu is standing qualified, but there's still a slot for APC on the ballot. That is why the APC cannot draft in someone to stand in the presidential race. The person name I will not mention, who they are planning underneath the scene that they will draft in as a substitute. These are informations I got, and I held that information. I was like, when I heard it, I said, oh God, tell your people that even APC, it is not our business. APC went to go and recruit a criminal. It is not Nigerian business. APC has no business on that ballot. APC will not be on the ballot, and we are going to reject it. If they like, let them drop. If once they disqualify Tinubu, any other person, I don't know, probably when in Nigeria, people will come and explain this one for them. Just this information I got, and I have to bring it in for everyone to hear. This is what I heard. And there's no point me hearing all this, and I'll be keeping it for myself anymore. When I hear it, I'll come and tell people as it hot, because so everyone understand as they go. And we know as we are what they are planning, and we also will be counter planning. And know what we are doing also as a people. I don't know if am I audible, please? All right, thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, Crystal, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So please, I just got that information and I was like, okay, I'm going to drop it for everybody to understand. This is what these guys are planning. As it stands now, there is no judgment. I heard even that 2 of the judges have rewritten their cases, have rewritten their judgment as of today. I've heard a whole lot of stuff from these guys. These guys are doing all they can to make sure they find a soft landing for this criminal, and everything has to do with the tension and the atmosphere you guys are pulling out. I am telling you guys, God bless you all on this platform and across the whole platforms that have been pushing this all eyes on the judiciary. Every single one of it that came out to march across the country. Even I don't even want to count whether we came out in our millions, in our thousands, or in our hundreds. As long as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people came out and it made the news, it got them tensed up to the point where they had to unleash the same military or police people across the streets to stop you guys from marching. God bless you all. You know, I remember me trying to defend the police all the time on this platform, and I say these guys don't even know that we're fighting for them. And I now see why many of you were always on my neck, dragging me. No, Saddam, no, let them what happen. I understand perfectly. I understand perfectly how you guys feel. But I keep saying this: if we have a police force whereby of 1,000 people and 500 people are bad, 500 people are good, let us not condemn the whole police force. We have stupid and useless policemen, and we also have reasonable policemen that I truly believe that are also on our side. And hopefully, hopefully as we march, we're going to get back our country together with these people. I'm working towards inviting somebody to come and discuss fully well. Probably Jimmy will do that on the Chicago case with the Tinubu drug case, but I think we have done extensive work about this. Big shout out to Atiku. Unfortunately for you, sir, you have lived a life of treachery yourself. You have been someone that has always believed in money politics, yeah, from your days, and betrayal also. You have also been a huge betrayal. You betrayed I think you betrayed King Gibe in 93. You betrayed Obasanjo during his time, and right now you're feeling the heat of betrayal also, because all your life you've always wanted things so fast because you believe you have money. And now that you're working so hard, that you're meant to be getting your flowers, even people that are meant to be with you are betraying you, because all they want from you is your money. Look at the amount of work you're putting in. The work you're doing right now in Chicago is something that should be amplified by all your vuvuzelas that were always insulting obedience, calling us all sort of names in the course of the campaign, calling us obedient, obe dogs, obe this, obe that. We gave us all kind of nicknames, but we stayed focused, because for us, we are doing this for God and for country. But for these men, they were doing it for your money. And you can see right now that while they are meant to be discussing your issues, we are the one discussing. Look at what Pels is doing. Look at the breakdown of what. Look, just go and read her thread and see. I hope my brother Jimmy also Jimmy reached out to me today and was showing me court documents. He has gone in and I'm like, I think could they pay on our money? Is it you get why you get why you say when I drop account number? You can see this, and Nigerians are finding any means possible to amplify this case. Nothing no concern LP on a normal day. Now we carry am for head. We carry am for head like Gilly. Yeah? Now our work be that. We are truly the patriots. Not be to go write patriot for your bio. You write for your bio, patriots. But all you do is support criminals, support politicians that are criminals, support pastors that are criminals. As I wrap up this my submission, on Saturday, hand go touch all UMOGs, imams, and the rest. I saw one today. I saw one headline. Tinubu, God will use Tinubu to one thing. God, somebody went again and dug his past. God will use Buhari to one thing. God will use Jonathan to one thing. The same you. God will use this. God will use that. God is looking at you people and saying, oh, I'm ashamed of you people. We'll open Ibu's case on Saturday, not today on this platform. But guys, welcome to the Vawulence space. Hopefully it's going to be an amazing, entertaining space today as usual. Please share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let's invite more people into the building. Let's have these conversations today. And hopefully at the end of the conversation today, we go home with enough information that can be helpful to the growth of this movement. Thank you very much, every one of you on the platform. I will open up the mic right now by passing the mic to my brother. Well-meaning Nigeria, then Jimmy. Jimmy, people have been disturbing me that LP 71. That I told them I paid for your voice training, and you went to the school and you were singing. You now damage your vocal cords, and I paid for surgery, and you are now back from surgery. So I don't know if the voice is good to go today. If it's good, you give them their job, because many know they disturb me. Say, did I sanction you from doing their LP? Whether they don't know, say that I'm not the one. Oh, please, obedience, Vawulence, I am not the one. That Jimmy Day here. I've paid for him for his surgery, and he's well. I don't know what he wants again. Whether he wants bitter cola, a cola nut to clear his voice. Let us know, Jimmy.
No, bro, what happened was, most of the time, whenever I want to do that song, I get messages that the judges are listening. And at that point in time, I just want them to hear the message from people. It's not time for jokes. So there's time for everything. So hopefully we'll get it done today.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother. Okay, let me bring her. Welcome, Nigeria. Welcome to night shift. Night shift, my brother. Night shift. How you doing today, bro? Good evening.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yes, Saddam. Good evening. Good evening to everybody. All the way from the one MMC. Kudos to the one MMC. Some critical conversations today, and I think we are back. We had a few days of go and stretch into other issues, but I think we are kind of back to our track. We are not leaving this all eyes on the judiciary or disqualification of Tinubu until it is done. So I'll just touch on all the topics bit by bit as much as I can. So for the rallies, I think Saddam.
When
Yeah,
Nigeria, please, just
yeah,
one minute.
go ahead.
Let me read because I think. Thank you very much. Please, David, I see you in the building. Please, my brother, please help me check your DM. My sister Pearl sent me something to correct me because on this platform when we drop something like this, we have to be. She said, Saddam, according to the constitution, if Tinubu is disqualified, his party cannot field
Saddam,
anyone
I they come.
again.
I go there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't.
Please
I don't
continue.
highlight them from my electoral act already. I've highlighted it already. We'll quote it. So okay, I'm going to and thanks to Miss Pearls for this thing she does. I like where Saddam, and it is good that Saddam gave that breakdown that I gave just now, because when they show us their hand, right? Especially when in this kind of scenario, it's very easy to just kill it. So okay, starting from the rallies, I think I just want to tell everybody that personally, I want to thank everybody for successful rallies so far. Some people might think it's strange. I don't know, maybe all of us, when we set out to do something, everybody have their own aim. Some people everybody have their own aim, and everybody's aim is legit. So anybody that felt, disappointed in some way, of course, I know the part that I was disappointed with. I think the major part I was disappointed with was with security agencies. Of course, Abuja being what it is. I think, was it Peter is better, was giving us like just a summary of what happened in Edo State. In Edo State, the police asked them, this similar situation. The police asked, okay, what's going on? And they told them, we are not, this is not a protest, it's a rally. The first, and the police were like, okay, because we are not people will not block the road. Said no. And they stayed around and they continued what they needed to do and all that. Of course, like I always say, every single person would have been a plus. So, but like I've been saying in the different spaces where I've spoken before now, this is just the beginning. These are things that we need to keep doing. I'm glad. I think I heard that those states is already even, looking at probably part 2. So it's something that we need to keep doing in different forms. Mustn't be rally. If you want to do market invasion, just one day you could just gather. Many of you enter one market. If you have big speaker, play music, anything. To be honest, anything you want to do. You can't exceed it. Let me not go into that. So the point I just wanted to make is that relatively that the rallies that have been done so far, and I'm saying so far because there are still more to come. Some states have not done. You hear about them in the coming days. Let me not go into that amount of details. But yesterday, what was surprising to me was I saw Obedience trying to say, people this and that, and I agree with that. I really wanted more people. Like I said, every person in the plot. But it was funny when I saw Arise TV or Arise News reportage. Yesterday, I felt like Arise took one and gave us one. And like, the reportage, kudos to, shout out to OG, shout out to Ayo, shout out to Rufai. Reported of, they use the word in their numbers. And now gave further information that we have been planning. I posted that video yesterday. Go and watch it, probably somewhere in my timeline. I don't think I've made many tweets since yesterday, so I'm sure it will still be somewhere at the top. So, so for me, I think for us to even get that media free advert, that's for me. I think that's good. So let's just keep working on improving it. Not, we can critique parts that which some people have been doing and doing very well. Critique parts that we need to enhance and all that. And I think that's how we've gotten here as Obedient Movement. So that's for the rally. For what I've called the LPMerger Lamba. And for people that are here, maybe our foreign guests that don't know what Lamba means. So Lamba is a Nigerian slang, a Nigerian informal word for lies. I think lie is an understatement. When someone lies with so much, when someone lies unintelligently, that's what Lamba is. Like when someone lies, but the lie is not intelligent. Some people can lie and be intelligent. You can hear some lies and be like, this person sharp. As in, somebody ever lied to you before. Even when the person tell you the truth, you not go believe. When the person tell you the truth, you can't tell the person a lie. I understand that kind of smart. Like, I think my biggest problem with people like APC is that they are not very smart. I think that's what annoys me. It pisses me off. I like if you want to be a genius, be an evil genius. Or if you want to be evil, rather, be an evil genius. Like, as in, be this, be like, I don't know which, if you want to be a drug lord, for example, for people that watch movie, be Ghost of Power. You get, even Ghost self, see, there's easy collect. But to say you just dull, and at the same time, you they lie, like you are dull, at the same time, you are lying, at the same time, they get where they do me. I know they like people who are not just smart. I think I will pick a smart evil person anytime, any day. Than I don't like just be smart. And for me, APC have proven over time that they are not very intelligent. So this was an outright Lamba. So I'm going to, based on his violence, I'm going to come from a little bit of the maybe not academic purpose. See, obedient. So discover fake news is not very difficult. I think it's one of the easiest. So sometimes I'm always surprised when people even ask questions. I'm like, really? As a matter of fact, when I first saw that news yesterday, I was like, this one not go anywhere. Which kind of news be this? APC not will pay for better news. Now this kind of one they go pay for. So later when I saw it was now becoming a big deal, I was like, what's going on? This thing is simple now. To catch a lie, and I'm going to catch it with facts and figures. Or maybe not figures, but with facts. Right? Because it's news, there's no numbers inside. But it is very easy. So this is busting fake news 101. Very, very simple. So first of all, when I read any news, what I look out for is quoted statement. I don't read what the person that is reporting says. Because I know you're reporting, you can say, for example, Peter Obi was in, Edo State yesterday. Peter Obi could have said, Labour Party is growing strong and something. And I want to report it as a fake reporter. I can do, amidst the weakness that have been discovered in the Labour Party, Peter Obi tried to convince his supporters that the Labour Party is going strong. That's what Peter Obi said. You understand? So I go for the quoted statement. I just look for quotes and I say, okay. Then before I can now read, what whoever reported it. So I'm saying this now so that next time you see any of this propaganda, the first thing you should go and look for is what was said. And secondly, who said what was said. So I saw that news yesterday and I opened it. I saw it first at Arise. And let me just tell you, that's where I say facts is going to come in. To tell you that it was Lamba. Like I said, Lamba is unintelligent lie. Unintelligent lie. It's not just normal lie. Lies have weight. This one is unintelligent lie. That news yesterday, funny enough, I was trying to search more platforms that reported it, but I can't even find it. But the two common ones that reported it yesterday was This Day and Arise TV and Arise News. Right? This Day and Arise News that reported it. Please, my brothers and sisters, if you can find the two links, open it. You will see that whoever gave them the news or paid for it was so dull that the person could not pay for editing. They literally reported the same news. And like I think ID is here. I'm not a media person, but I think men with parallel file people for some time will increase your media knowledge. So one thing I know is that there is, the conventional news of what happened, where you quote what someone says. Then there is opinion pieces, like where you maybe gather information and now or you have a source or whatever, but you just give something based on not really. And you can maybe, if it's something that is sensitive, you can protect your source, but you will bring the facts that your source gave you. For example, David does it every time. David comes on say, oh, military are trying to see what a source gave to me. He will bring it out. If we can protect the source. You don't need to say the person that gave it. You have seen what was given. So, but the dull media gave a report and said there was a merger or they are planning a merger. I was like, in my mind, the first time I come in my mind, I said, who talk this thing now? Now, Kenneth Okonkwo, Abina Indicato, Abina, Yunus Atanko. I was like, hey, God, these people go keep best. And I opened it. And I was saying things like, for instance, source privy to some of the discussion hinted that the leaders were hopeful that the Presidential Election Tribunal would be just and fair. Source lead, I was like, then they went for and say, a source said the meeting started with, who is a source? Anybody can be a source. As I am now, I'm a source. And I can tell you for free, as a source, that Tinubu has admitted, I heard it, I'm a source. So if that's how we want to be spreading news, I am a source. Tinubu has admitted that he's a drug dealer. It's just that the news have not presented it. He admitted it. Tinubu admitted it. Believe it, I'm the one saying it. I'm your source. If they ask you your source, report it as a source that Tinubu admitted that he's a drug dealer. After admitting that one, he admitted that his certificate was forged. He even said the person that forged it is one area in somewhere, I'll tell you, one area in Lagos. So Tinubu, I'm your source. So when I saw that, like, come on, who is a source? Anybody can be what is a source? So at that point I knew it was fake news. But I think the last part that I was just talking about that busted the whole thing, Arise News and This Day, I don't know any other media that you see, literally reported the same thing. Since when did Arise News and This Day start having the same set of writers and editors? So what simply happened was that APC cooked up the news, gave a copy to Arise News, gave a copy, because even if it was really Arise News that said it, you say, okay, maybe I have one special source somewhere that, one person that just talks rubbish or something, but I can bet you there was no source anywhere. In fact, I think this is so dull that I will give kudos to whoever gave them the Lamidia Papa idea. I think that was a better idea than who gave them this one. This was so dull. In This Day, see how This Day started. Their first line of the news was gearing up for possibility as the country continues its transition process. The trio of Atiku Abubakar, Rabiu Kwankwaso, Peter Obi have begun to discuss the possibility of a merger. That's This Day. I'll go to Arise. Arise, gearing up for the possibility as the country continues its transition process. The trio of Atiku Abubakar, Rabiu, the same thing. See, it's something that you can see. Go and find it. You discover that the two lines, they couldn't even pay for extra editing. Say, okay, just change here. Arise, people can use a trio. And This Day, you will use the three statesmen. As in I don't know, maybe now let me feel like, because I don't like it person to do. If you want bad, see smart and bad. Don't just be stupidly bad, which is what APC is. You get? So for me, I think that's very easy. So obedient, once you see all this kind of news, very easy. Go into it. And you will see it. It's not very difficult. You don't even need to come and ask. People come to ask you your DM, is this thing true? And you don't need. You will not need to ask anybody. You will discover it by yourself. It's very simple. Then lastly, quickly, the truth is that I've read, some part of, and as the topic said, this is Tinubu crimes. This is just one of many Tinubu's crimes, like the old result thing in the US. I'm glad. I think that was what brought up the topic today. That the courts, the US courts, have already said that they will preside over the case. Unlike what Tinubu was trying to use a lawyer to do. I don't know why I felt like he wanted to pull in Nigeria and the US. That's the problem with Tinubu. He did so many foreign crime, international crime. If all his crimes were local, we would say with the fear. Most of his crimes are international. How you go do international crime? It's not that easy. You get? So, if you read all that, like I said, I think I've said this on the space before, that the fact that Tinubu, I went to school, right? I went to school. I graduated. I have my certificate, colored, well scanned. I've done at least all that you can do to where I am. If somebody meets me today, tell me, say, guy, you don't go school, I feel pay the person transport to go my school to go verify. So the mere fact that Tinubu is
No, now we're in Nigeria, but that is the wrong way now. That's not how it's meant to be. You're meant to pay the court to say this person should not go and find. Why should no, now that's stop doing things. You're doing it anti-clockwise.
So the Tinubu way is so. One would have thought that. To be honest, if I was INEC, I think that's why this petition annoys me and pisses me off a lot. First of all, if I was the INEC, or I'm a member of INEC, I would put in so much effort to convincing Nigerians that the person that we declared was the winner. I would try to say, court, don't look at them, ignore the evidence, don't look at them. For me, that just reads so many things. That's why if the judge do anything contrary to justice, it will just be, I don't know how to put it here. So the fact that Tinubu Because for people that don't know this, Tinubu submitted an obvious false certificate. Some Enauro guy, I think David Uday has done an extensive, funny enough, an extensive, emphasis on extensive, write up on this case way before election. Now, you don't tell me some of us know say Tinubu na transgender. We don't know since. As in fact, if you look at some of my tweets from back then, I used to write Bola Tinubu in bracket, I would write male version. Because there is need to separate. If you are, because I feel like it's a disrespect to say Bola Tinubu, when maybe the real Bola Tinubu, the female version of Bola Tinubu, is somewhere right now, probably still alive or dead, we don't know. So we should not disrespect that person like well. So you need to be specific. Bola Tinubu, male, or is it male or female? So what we have right now in Nigeria is the male version, right? For me, I think it's just risks of so much suspicion that he wants to. Summary is he tried to stop the court from allowing Atiku to get CSU, that's Chicago State University, to release the file. And well, I think it's a case that we are looking to. And the good news today was that Atiku, the court said they were going to rule on it. But like what Saddam was saying, as regarding which is why I round up, as regarding the whole petition, disqualification, rerun, that entire topic. I stood on this ground some 1 month ago or 2 months ago, as long as even before the petition started, and I'm still on that ground. Peter Obi's petition, I say it every time, is based on 3 grounds, really. The first ground is that Tinubu was not qualified, and Atiku's petition is quite similar. And APM's petition is really about disqualification. The first ground is that Tinubu was not qualified to run, right? And based on different reasons, draw case and all that. So that's one. The second ground of Peter Obi's petition was that INEC did not comply substantially, what they call non-substantial compliance, to the Electoral Act. That's the second ground. The third ground is that Tinubu was not elected by what they call, I forgot whether I want to write it, but what it means, paraphrase this, valid votes, right? So those are 3 grounds. Among those 3 grounds, if you follow the court case, there was even APC did not try to defend the other grounds. APC focused on, that's why what Saddam said just now is key. It's why when I look at people that talk about rerun a little bit too much, I like, that's the wrong conversation. The real conversation is disqualification of Tinubu. That's the real one. That's the one we are sure of. Because substantial or non-substantial compliance is somewhat subjective. You get, if you go to the Electoral Act, the way they put it in the Electoral Act is that they'll tell, I think it's one subsection somewhere in the Electoral Act, they will say that an election shall not be annulled for the reason of compliance, except the court determines that the non-compliance was substantial, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of subjective here and there. But you know what is not subjective? Is that Tinubu forfeited $460,000 in the US. It's not subjective. It's not something that anybody can say, okay, we think so, we don't think so, we know so. What is not subjective is that the certificate that Tinubu tendered to INEC is totally different from what Chicago State University brought. It's not subjective. We know it. What is not subjective again is that Shetima. So my point is that all the reasons to disqualify Tinubu is not subjective. That's why on that ground I stand. Tinubu must be disqualified. As a matter of fact, if Tinubu is not disqualified, it is a slap to Nigeria as a whole. It's a slap to Nigeria. And lastly, for what Saddam said as per what somebody told him that that they are trying to fight to get it wrong, where APC will be part of it. My brothers and sisters, I said it before, it's quite funny that APC, I don't think APC used to read the Electoral Act or laws. I think APC have grown so much wings that they think that, well, there's no need to read the laws or whatever. Like Ms. Pearl sent to Saddam. And I'm just portraying what Ms. Pearl said, but just to read it from the Electoral Act so people can get it. So, first of all, a court can, annul an election and call for a fresh election within 90 days if they feel like the election did not comply with the Electoral Act, so they can call for it. But prior to the election, every political party at a specified period, I think about 180 days before the election or thereabout, are supposed to submit the list of all their candidates in that election, right? And that is why you saw that when it gets to that point, if people are not sure of their advice yet, they will, put a placeholder. And they usually put a placeholder that they are sure will withdraw if they want the person to withdraw. Because if, for example, do you coupe for a reason, hey, thank God, hey God, thank God say they not quick give you whatever is happening to him now, thank God it not happen that time. If, for example, at that point in time, do you coupe said he was not going to step down from being the placeholder, believe me, we wouldn't have had any choice. That's to tell you how stiff the Electoral Act is. So you must submit that list before the election and see what the Electoral Act goes further to say to buttress what Mr. to Saddam. A political party, and this is section 33 of the Electoral Act, a political party shall not be allowed to change or substitute its candidate whose name has been submitted under section 29. That's where it said that you at the read the Electoral Act, except in the case the courts cannot.
It's called Tinubu.
Okay,
Female is Tinubu.
the main Tinubu, the main Tinubu did not see totally. He will be disqualified. So I don't know what else you want to say at that point.
Or any lining to the law. You know this one.
I hated, but Peter Obi, now you do this one. No,
You'll be do. You'll be told you to. You're on Facebook and you're here. Please, guys, sign in from our Facebook. We need numbers on Facebook also. We are streaming this space live on Facebook, streaming it live on our YouTube. Big shout out to my brother in Genje TV, also streaming this space on his platform today. And also, we're streaming this on the Vawulence Based Radio. We're trying to make sure this discourse goes as far and wide as possible. A friend of mine reached out to me and she was like so angry. Saddam and the numbers. I wished we had more people that came out for the whole rally and all sort of. She said, but one good thing I'm happy is Saddam, that you did not. Nobody come and say that you did not say they should come out and everything, that you supported and everything. I said the good thing I love is that even if it's 10 people or 50 people, they came out. Then later, less than 30 minutes, 1 hour later, she reached out to me and said, Saddam, you don't know that this rally people, this one that people did now, that it has gone far and wide, that where she got a call from, this one has called me like less than 30 minutes earlier on, she was feeling bad, called me later that where she got to where people now rallied from, in Nigeria, where she got the news from, that even they did not vote there during elections. But those people got the information of this rally right now. And so I'm trying to say that no matter what you do, we don't understand the ripple effects of what we are doing. You think it is small, There are things, we're shaking grounds, we're pushing things. We don't understand how far what we have done or what we are doing. We do not understand it, honestly speaking. So please, guys, do not deter. And I'm going to say this here, in the course of this whole movement, I made the past couple of weeks, I had a stand. I made a stand on where we said, please, we're not going to be raising money or funds on the platform anymore. But please, today you guys are going to spare me on a section. My sister, Miss Barriat, reached out to me. Actually, what happened on Thursday, on Sunday in Abuja, actually, there's one of the brothers there that the police, they beat him like saying Stephen for Alaba. All he did was to come out to protest. That's how Nigeria is. And I think the Bulus guy, he's already viral. So I think she reached out to me. She reached out to me and asked me and told me about the whole stuff, and sent me a very passionate message that Saddam, we need to help this guy, support this guy, his medical bills and everything. I know some people are already reaching out to help him, but it's not enough. So in the course of the platform today, please, if you think you want to help this guy, not that if you think, I think we should help this guy from this platform also, because we're one of the people that say people should go out, and these are the kind of people we should help, not anybody come out. Don't come to my DM, and if you're hungry and you're starving, please go out on the streets and march. That's how we're going to start helping our people going forward. You have to show in the work, put in the work, and please, if you really want to help this guy, reach out to me or Wellme Nigeria or Jimmy, as the case may be. Let us just try and raise something for the guy's hospital bills and sort out every other thing and support him. Actually, even support him and show all our other young geese out there that when you stand up for something, Nigerians will stand up behind you. And I'm saying this for our young people out there that came out and were, should I go out or should I not go out? Honestly speaking, it is good for us to understand that we taking back our country is not going to be easy. I made a tweet earlier on today, and I said, do not think that in other countries they just go out and protest and feel like protest was just easy for them. No, they went out and protest and they were tear gassed, they were flogged, they were gassed, they were shot at also. You don't think it's just when you hear Senegal are protesting, Tunisia are protesting, France are protesting, they just go out there and the police come and start. Police world over are crazy. It's not only Nigerian police or Nigerian army. When you go and see what they do, it is don't you see what they call police brutality in America itself? It happens everywhere. It happens. If the police, it seems there's a special course placed on people that wear black and black. There's something that they cost those people when they wear that uniform. They just start acting like say something is, so something comes over them. So it is just how it is. So we should understand that this is what comes with taking back your country. That you're going to pass through. We have to pass through this. It is the hard part, but it's that truth that we always run away from. It's not going to be easy. No protest is going to be a party. Not when you say, let us do protest and you want to call in and let's come and dance, kumbaya. No, 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 no. Or a rally. You come out there and expect the worst. Expect the worst and hope for the best. But the main thing is that what you have come out to do, you were able to make sure that the criminal drug baron sent out thousands of police across Abuja because of us. Can't you see that they are scared? That shows you that what you're doing is hitting them. It is hitting them. We are passing the message. So please do not deter, do not stop. And I'm hearing my Abuja people say they're going to come out again. They said they will come out again. That is the spirit. That is the spirit. We are not going to give in to these criminals. You go beat, that's how it is. You shoot one, next day 10, 100 comes out. You shoot 100, the next day 1,000 come out. You shoot 1,000. Can you shoot 1,000,000? That is what we do. So we don't go and cower. Oh, there's no. If you want to cower for these criminals in Babariga, they will do everything to make sure that they will never get back our country. So please, get ready. Get ready, my people, for the mother of all rallies and protests is coming. If this Justice Samani and co choose to prove madness by not Tinubu must be disqualified. Any other thing than that is a shutdown of that nation. Take it to the bank. Thank you guys for always sticking with us. Please, I saw of you on let me read some couple of comments on Facebook, then I'll come back to our comment section. Okay, Udoka said the number one political discourse platform in Nigeria. Thank you. Facebook is lit with Vawulence. Olalekan Koladola, thank you so much. Wale Johnson says all eyes on the judiciary from Facebook. Solomon Chimaroke say we ain't quitting. Equally, say Saddam, yes sir. Stella, the good boss. Stella, God bless you, ma. If we say go to YouTube, Stella is on YouTube. If we say go to Facebook, Stella is on Facebook. God bless you, ma. Arise and these days one and the same. It belongs to Ndukada Stella on this thing. Couple of comments up there. Please, guys, go on our Facebook. Join our Facebook. I think the Facebook link is on our comment section. Some people have done the hard work for us and posted it up there. Click on it. Please, let's grow our Facebook community also. Invite your friends, relatives on Facebook. Let them join this conversation because what we discuss here is very, very important. And you guys know how important it is. That's why we come out here in our thousands every day. Let us spread this message across all our platforms. Thank you so much, every single one of you on the platform. I will pass the mic to my artist, our Wahala Record artist on the platform. Jimmy, are you speaking from Coast? Jimmy, amazing space on the Yoruba space yesterday. I was all through my trip. I was just listening in. I cannot say how much what we have built on this movement and what the sacrifices individuals and you have taken one up that, honestly speaking, is highly commendable. Thank you, my brother, for that. This is what we call nation building, taking responsibility. I love seeing people take responsibilities. It only pushes me on and say, Saddam, you don't see Amabi, let us go harder. Thank you, my brother. Please, guys, if you missed that Yoruba News Space, it happens every Monday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. I promise you, it is another world of its own. I was just listening all through. I could not contribute, but it was a pleasure listening. My brother, welcome to the platform today. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Emia Saddam. Good evening, my brother. God bless you. Well-meaning, Auntie Bolanle, Sweet Child, Miss Barriat, Nina, Gaboni, Eze, Namdi, Oduntutu, Idowu, Mr. Jacob, David Udenya, I see you. Obedient, welcome. Don't worry, I'm taking a roll call today. Don't worry, I got you today. Right. All protocols duly observed. Where do I start from? You see, before this whole election thing started, there are two important things in this life you need to acquire to be successful in life: your critical thinking and decision making skills. If you can think critically, is you putting all obstacles right in front of you and you pick which one goes first, step by step, which one is more important. You set your priorities right. When you think about them critically, then you have the balls to make those decisions. Okay, I've concluded, I've thought about this. This is the decision I'm making, and we're going for it. That's the difference between the obedient and any other Nigerian out there. We went through the critical thinking um period, and we went through the decision making period, and we concluded on the fact that out of all the presidential candidates, Peter Obi is the best, and we took it upon ourselves individually. We decided, okay, this man is the best out of them, and we all happened to meet ourselves on Twitter. Oh, this guy's train of thoughts aligns with mine. Oh, these people, I mean, I thought about this. They must have thought about it as well, and that's what formed the obedient movement. And you see, any other person that didn't have that skill set to make those decisions, I wasn't angry with them, right? I was mad about the fact that they were terrible in their judgment simply because I can't say that they didn't have the insight. But what pisses me off most is most of them are professors, and you keep thinking, for you to have actually attained that level of education, you should be able to think critically and come with a decision making conclusion to know this is right and this is wrong. And that's the reason why we call ourselves the obedient. We've been able to differentiate between right and wrong. It's as simple as that. Right and wrong. What is good and what is bad. It's as simple as that. So, before the election, we were screaming out, telling people, don't vote for this guy. We did the background check on every single one of them. Don't vote for them. There was a particular space I went, and I came across Honorable Ada, and she was crying. Hey, she was crying. She was passionate with a submission. She was crying, and she had to yield the mic. And you see APC, PD people who come and say, "Oh, you Labour Party, you guys are too emotional." See, you guys are babies in politics. You need to put your emotions one side. This is election. We are talking about election. It's a game of numbers. No sentiment attached. No sentiment. It's a game of numbers. So you guys are babies. You don't know what is going on. But guess what? The accumulation of the bad deeds in that country is what gingered us. What has been happening over the years, people getting killed unjust in that country. Chibok girls, they took them away. NSAS happened. COVID-19 happened. They were hoarding palliatives from Nigerians. Kaduna train attack happened. Southern Kaduna was heavily under attack towards the end of last year. They had a black Christmas. I had a white Christmas. It snowed on Christmas Day in Chicago, and they had a black Christmas. People were dying. It was a mass grave. We spoke about it, and they were telling people not to retaliate. Armies were there to pick up the remaining gun shells on the ground. They were there to pick up the rounds that didn't go off. They claim it's theirs. We saw all this. We put all these things together, and we insisted on going for what is right, and that is Peter Obi. And guess what? We won. We won that election clean and clear. They snatched it, they grabbed it. They're trying to run away with it, but God damn it, they're not going. We are right behind their heels. Ẹ ti jí ìlú ọba, ó kù bí tẹ́ máa ti lù ú. Ṣàwòrò ìdẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́, ó kù bí tẹ́ máa ti lù ú. Ẹ lè lù ú láàrin ìgboro. It's that bad for you guys. You don't understand. I slept on Sunday, and the last thing I saw was All Eyes on Judiciary, and I woke up on Monday, and all I can see is Medjin. Kilo de, kilo shele. She rapture today. What happened? I was confused. The whole Twitter line, Medjin, kilo shele. Then the first space I entered, I heard the guy speaking passionately. He almost cried. He was speaking from his heart. He was speaking. One Hausa guy like that, Ismail or something like that. He was speaking. So the country is bad. The country is this. Is an NMPP member. He said, what we need to do now is to come together. Labour Party, PDP, NMPP. We should come together as one big force and step down APC. Chase them away. They are ruining our country. I saw a girl. A girl died of hunger. 16-year-old, 17-year-old. Died of hunger. People are eating bitter leaf and salt. Raw. People are eating green leaves. In the north. People are dying because of hunger. The guy nearly cried. And when I got the mic, I told him, I said, my condolence to the girl that died. But guess what? One person died of hunger. Do you know how many people have been getting killed in southern Kaduna? Do you know how many people that have been getting killed before we made that decision? And now you are shouting. I say, bros, calm down. It is a game of number. Election is a game of number, not a game of emotions. No, you don't need to cry. You are being too you are being too sentimental about this. Calm down. It is a game of numbers. Election is not a game of emotions. You are putting your emotions in front of you. No. Don't do that. You guys, you have the numbers. You always remember. I said, don't forget this. Did not always remember. Remember that this girl died of hunger. Remember that. Put that. Channel your anger towards APC, not us. And for crying out loud, why the hell are you guys coming to us for a measure? And the thing is, they've been able to infiltrate into some obedience, right? And what they are preaching about is, we are all one Nigeria. We are all one mini Nigeria. Obedient. Ẹgbẹ́ kan lẹ wà. Òkè láyé yín. Obedient. Ẹgbẹ́ kan lẹ wà. See, obedient, you guys are pace setters. You've been talked down on. You've been bullied. You've been called different kinds of names. They told you couldn't do it. And you did it. And it all the stone that the builder refused. The cornerstone by. Everybody wants to have something to do with you. If you want to merge PDP and NNPP, merge papọ̀ now. So Kwakwanso le wa merging. Kwakwanso, ordinary plumber or PhD in engineering, water engineering. Adape plumber ni. So he wants to merge now. And it's only because VP. Don't big do VP law. We don't need any merging. We don't. We can get it done ourselves. Emma Koyo Yikere obedient. Don't believe to yourselves. See, well meaning Nigeria, obedient, let us always differentiate that. But this is where the problem is. If anyone wants to join obedience, that is fine. But don't tell us to come and merge with you, because clearly your decision-making skills is terrible. Your critical thinking is terrible. All what you've been doing from the beginning has crashed. But guess what? Obedient, we've been consistent. Look at NNPP and PDP. Àwọn tó ládé Ògún, wọ́n ti ládé Ògún báyìí. Àwọn supporters APC, wọ́n ti ń ṣépè fún Tinubu báyìí. Look at Peter Obi, ó lọ Benin jọ̀wọ́, Anthony kò win nìyẹn o. One body. Look at the reception he's getting all over the country. That is the man of the people. That is the man the people voted for. That is the real president of that country. It is simple. It is not rocket science. It's the commonsensical thing to do. Peter Obi, that was the reason why we voted him. So obedience. Don't belittle yourself. Stand firm. Stand your ground. I keep saying that. When they come to you, let them know. Differentiate yourself from them. Let them know you are an obedient. You believed in yourselves when nobody believed in you. They told us we couldn't do it, and we did it. After the presidential election, no one wants to affiliate themselves with Bala Blue. Don't win. All the gubernatorial elections don't share. Onikaluku wọn obedient ni. In PDP self, then they put obedient. You saw Okowa daughter now. They plead, obedient. You are a force to reckon with. Egba flower yin. E ma je kan yi mo yin lọ́wọ́. Tọ́ba wa yi mo yin, okay, listen, they are saying we are all well-meaning Nigerians. Ẹ̀yin àti tani well-meaning, because if you are well-meaning Nigerian, orí yín máa jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ pé you're not meant to put a drug dealer in there. À ń polówó, à ń sọ lẹ́nu, ẹni ẹ̀ mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀. We didn't come up with all these things. We didn't make it up. I keep saying it. In fact, my first encounter with David, when he released the document, I saw it as, this man is a liar. I had to go to the courthouse myself, and I found out it is true. Ṣé n ta fẹ́ fi jẹ president lélẹ̀? Ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ Mutaka Òṣìdànù. Ó délẹ̀ báyìí. It's now an international disgrace, and I said it before the election. I said if you put in a drug dealer as a president, you have a narco state. People will see that country as a narco state. A sick president, the country is sick. The country is sick. Ẹ wo gbọ́n tó fi ṣe minister. Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n gbogbo wọn. They are all criminals. Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ni gbogbo wọn pátápátá. Obedient. Stand your grounds. Ẹ mọ bí tẹ́ ẹ belong sí. People want to have something to do with the obedient. They want to affiliate themselves with the obedient right now. Don't let them gaslight you. Stand your ground. And don't yield for no one. You are now a force to reckon with. Know that. That is a fact. That being said, you see, Tinubu kò sí ọ̀nà tó fẹ́ gbé gbà. There is no two ways. He has to be disqualified. And when they came up with that, you see, what they did was they wanted to test the waters. They wanted to check the people's expression. They want to see the people's reaction. And they just thought, you know what? Let us test what is going to happen. And they did. But it's a good thing. It's always good to try something. They did. So now, here's the thing. They are trying to give us this impression that, okay, you know what? We know we rigged the election. Okay, let's redo it. No, that was not one of the major prayers we had. No. We knew it would be difficult to convince the court that the election was rigged. We saw it clean and clear that they rigged the hell out of that election. But based on the way I started my discussion, I said critical thinking is important and decision making. Peter Obi's lawyers, they went through critical thinking and a very good decision making skills that, you know what, let's not go through this approach. Let us go through this approach. We are bent on disqualifying this guy, not to contest that he did not win. He rigged and the numbers were blood. They did blagumago. No. You will need over 200,000 people to come there and testify. That is cumbersome. But they did it in a very, very tactical way. So, 25%, dual citizenship, double nomination, fake certificate, Chicago Niel, NYSC wahala no one bet, and money for future. Right. So, they are clamoring for a re-election, not rerun. Rerun will be, between the first and the second. So, they are clamoring for a re-election, right? Okay. So, for you to have a re-election, that means they need to meet a certain requirement for them to be on the ballot. Okay, good. So let's put aside 25% because that's gone with the last election, right? But the dual citizenship, they need to address that. Check and balances are very, very paramount. Moving forward, we need to know, is it true that you, I mean, what am I even saying? It is true, he has it, right? Even the lawyer was saying once it expired, so so he had a dual citizenship. That is out of it. That one alone, but let's say they want to do mago, double nomination, Shetima. You see, there is something about Tinubu. Anything he touches or anywhere he reaches is like a virus. It spreads around. Do you see the madness going on right now? The man they used as the Minister of Interior, he resigned yesterday. It was a House of Rep member. When they nominated him as a minister, he did not resign. He resigned after they've sworn him in. That's a democratic country. And that's a precedent based on what Shetima did. People are beginning to take after them. Ambo, what about the fake certificate from Chicago? You see, Matawale, Boje Yolodoto, he had F9. He had P8. The result was a mess. But guess what? We saw it. We know he actually did WAEC. We saw it. But right now, how bad can that result be for Tinubu not to want us to see it? How bad? So let us know that you actually went to this school. But he forgot something. The system in America works. Corruption. But to some extent, this is an environment where the system actually works. And what he did was, he wants to use the power of the federal government, which is Kamala Harris and Biden, to stop them from doing that. And those ones, they did, actually. They did. They prevented his criminal record from being released. I'm certain that if any other person, P2B or any other random person, files a suit to release those documents, they will release them based on different states. But regarding the Chicago certificate, what they now did was they tried to let Chicago, the court in Chicago know that they can't release that, and the court replied them yesterday they have the total jurisdiction to release that document. Why? The school in question, which is Chicago State University, is under the Illinois state as a state in America. So each state has their own law. Federal government will even also jack. They have some states have more power than make more money and have more power than themselves. But they let them know, as long as this school is on our soil, state of Illinois, they answer to us. And that's the reason why we got that news yesterday, that by tomorrow they will release it. And fortunately, the court was the same court I went to get his hard copy of his criminal deeds back then. And one thing about this system works. I checked on the website. They have a calendar of every single day court hearing. Daily, weekly, and monthly. The ones they've done in the past, the one they did yesterday, the name of the judges, the name of the courtroom that they will use, everything is there. I checked it. I'm still trying to figure out when the hearing is going to happen. I'd like to be there. I would like to be there, because the kind of embarrassment that is about to befall that man, it will be disastrous.
No, you must be there. Jimmy must be there. You're gonna give us as them Sarah. They give us
I want to give live updates. Live updates.
You give us live updates for that.
I'm still trying to figure out where the time. I know where, but I want to know the time. I want to give live updates. That is how serious it is right now. I want to give people live update of what is going, because you see, when you listen to these APC people, they think we just want to, we are just here to ruin this man's life. You know, because we chose the ballot over the bullet. We decided to be smart about it. We wanted our country back and we went for it. The moral way, the sensible way. And we are going the right path. Obedient. I keep saying it. You're on the right side of history. Stand your ground. Nothing is going to happen. I know people that they have misunderstandings with their parents because of this movement. It is a just move. It is divine. Hello for Kambale. Mandate Yama Bakpada Kuzetsi Kakatomashele. Tinubu will be taken out of office and nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Write it down. Nothing, absolutely nothing will happen. It will be so embarrassing. He would actually regret being inaugurated. I put up a tweet a couple of minutes ago that even only if they've listened to what Daddy said. Daddy said it would be better for him not to get inaugurated than for him to be embarrassed. Because when the man speaks, he speaks with confidence. And you know what is giving him confidence? The Constitution of Nigeria, for crying out loud. When I come on spaces and I scream on top of my voices, it is the Constitution that is giving me confidence. Constitution country la it's not as if we want to take over the country. No, we are protecting the country. Obedience. Know that. You are the last line of defense of this constitution. Stand your ground. We're not going anywhere. If you guys are not important, they will not want to merge with you. They are testing the water. And to the judicial system, the appeal court judges. I want to speak to you right now. I'm not sure if you guys are listening. Today is Tuesday. By Thursday. By Thursday, Donald Trump will deposit himself in prison. I'm not sure he's going to stay there, but he will deposit himself. They will take his mug shots, and it will be recorded that yes, once a president of a country was jailed. On Thursday. Today is Tuesday. Yeah, in 2 days' time. Appeal court. I want you guys to learn from that. This is the time for you to let Nigeria know that there are still few people that can stand up against power, principalities, and demons and say, you know what? This is Nigeria. The Constitution is above you. I don't care what you do to me. This is right and this is wrong. I'm going for what is right. And they will make the right judgment. The system works here. The system works so bad that they are jailing their ex-president. That is the system that works. Nigeria is looking at the judges now in Nigeria. Africa is looking at the judges. The world is looking at them, expecting what will happen, waiting for what is going to happen. People are waiting for the judgment. They want to hear what is going to happen because whatever comes out of this judgment will be disastrous or will be triumphant. People will either castigate Nigeria to the core or they will praise Nigeria. That's when we'll now regain that name of giant of Africa. It's either two things. You can either break that country or make that country. It's up to you guys. Everything you'll be doing for your whole life, this is when you're going to test it. This is that moment when you make that decision that will determine how your life will end. On your grave, what are they going to write there? This is the moment. It's just one opportunity in a lifetime. You're not going to get it again. This is the only time you'll get it. It's just one shot for you to get it. And it will be known that regardless what they are throwing at you, regardless the threat, regardless the money they've been throwing at you just to keep you short for you to do the wrong thing, you still went ahead and do the right thing. This is that time for you to make that decision and say, you know what, we need to liberate this country. This is that time to do that. Right. And the last one, the rally. the rally was a good idea. And what happened on Sunday was a blessing in disguise. And one thing I particularly love about that was the fact that when they released them, oh my goodness, the lady Happiness, God bless you, she actually made a tweet and she said, "For what they did to me today, obedient, apply pressure." That is patriotic, absolutely patriotic. People are actually ready to die for this movement. It is a movement to regain our country back. Look at the country is going to shit, guys. Everything is getting worse every single day. Every single day. I love the confidence Obi is working with. The man, he has this nonchalant attitude and he smiles. I listened to his speech yesterday. He said, all this one that they are doing is just confusion. Confusion. I know the problems of Nigeria and I can fix it. And I believe him. Kò ń ṣe rocket science. Ikú yàtọ̀ sọ́run. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni. It's not rocket science. Look at what Alex Oti is doing in Abia State, for crying out loud. God damn it. Where is he getting money from? Níbo ló ti ń jí owó? That dude is cutting down cost of governance. Ẹni tó rí ẹ̀ pé tó sùn kàkà. Ready to serve the people. And I think I heard they're trying to have innocent factory in Abia now. Those are leaders, not realness. Obedient, stand your ground. There's not going to be any merger. Never. If they want to come and join us, because as far as I'm concerned, we are the well-meaning Nigerians. We are the ones concerned about that country. We are the ones, after the election, we organize ourselves so much. And I don't think you guys understand. We need a documentary. We need to make a movie out of this. What is going on right now? They told us there's not going to be a live coverage in the court. And God damn it, we created a way. We are innovative. Damn. We went into the court and we're giving it back to back. Daily update of what is going on in there. None of them could do it. We were even giving up PDP's updates. Who says what was said, date, time. The precision was mad. Obedient, get your flowers. So we've done all these things. We call ourselves the Obedient, and some people are coming to change the name to well-meaning Nigeria. Well-meaning Nigeria. Hello, boss Egbekun. Hello, Q. Then you get a number. Obedient. That name has come to stay. Our dictionary. We've changed the status quo and we've made an impact in Africa. Trust me. We've not even started. That being said, thank you so much for coming, guys. Tuesday edition of Vawulence Space. It's gonna be beautiful. It happens every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Thanks for coming. God bless you. But before I yield, people don't dig my neck. In fact, when I did the Yoruba Rono Space yesterday, they were telling me to do the roll call, and I told them, you know what? Nah, that's for that signature is for Vawulence. I'm not gonna take. I won't even do it on my own space. It's what is known for Vawulence Space. It was originated there. Let us keep it that way. I'll probably come up with something else with mine. But that being said, thank you guys for coming. Welcome. I'll take the roll call now. It's been a while I've done this, but I'll at least take about as much as I can. Let me time myself. 3 minutes will be fine. Let's go. Well-meaning Nigeria, anti-Bola, real town, face barriers, real level best, Gaboni, Eze Nandi, Idowu, Ọdún Tuntun, Pastor Jacob, Nina the girl, Oladipo, David Udayi, Miss Bell, Vawulence Space, Auntie Madonna, Hello, Anka Dede, Omega X, Lita is better, Mazi Eze, Antonia, Hey Franny, Angela, Savik, oh my God, GOM, Oluwawumi, Polonius, Oga Toby, Auntie Jennifer, Miss Patience, SIM card, my guy, for the caller day, call me Wells, Ibrahim, Eze First, Auntie Maureen, NASA, Ejikime, Olarotimi, Olawaski, Silo Doctor, Odogu, Auntie Guri, Professor Talabi, Zariyi, Ọmọ Aka, CFO, Adaline, D Jack, my guy, Auntie Dolapo, Mr. Ben, a New Nigeria, Mr. Lekon, CEO, Prince F-Man, Dr. Barry, Mr. Aku, Pelumi, Jerry N, Mr. Dolapo, Happiness, the Royal Lawrence, Adagu, Mr. Alex, Omashe, Dr. Aruna, Mr. Taiwo, Olaniyo, Adaigwe, Honorable Ada, Mr. Dilling, Ochirigo, Rogoman, Adewale, Prince Ozi, Bola, Mazidan, Senior LP, LMerger, LG Gose, Shino Aliu, Aderonke, Margarita, Gelado Man, Salvation, Obi Bright, NS my guy, Godfrey guy, Adam Mo, Mr. Ken, Mr. Wednesday, Anzi B, POB, Elite North, Arazi, Ifioma, T-Baby, TK my girl, TKOB, Auntie Freeman, Ikechuku, Auntie Dapo, Mr. Charles. Thank you so much. And that is 120 names in total. Thank you. Back to you, Saddam. I yield.
Thank you very much. That is Wahala Records, international superstar. You know, he has been out for a while. He had to treat his voice, and you see he's back with a banger. So thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Please, for your weddings, for your birthday ceremonies, for APC burial. If you're doing the burial of any APC member in your city, in your town, in your constituency, please alert us. We have discount for that. My artist is ready to perform for you people. Yeah, thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. God bless you guys. Okay, let's jump to the conversation today. It's gonna be an amazing space as usual. Before I jump in, there's a headline I want to read. There's a headline. Oh God. Madonna said something on the comment section. I want to. She said confused. Let me read the headline. The headline is from Independent. It says Azerbaijan releases election results before the polls even opened. Again, Azerbaijan, that country, releases election results before the polls even open. Electoral Commission accidentally published results showing a victory for Ilham Aliyev, the country's long-standing president, a day before voting. So say, Yakubu Mahmoud, you have succeeded. You have succeeded now that all the electoral umpires around the world are saying, we have to do better than you. We have to do better than you. Your fraud is so, see what you have exported. So, Madonna says that INEC has started exporting rigging methods across the world. Big shout out to you, Yakubu Mahmoud. You will not miss jail term. You go suffer, sir. You go suffer. You will suffer and suffer and suffer till you can suffer no more. You and Festus Okoye. All you INEC criminals that ganged up to steal the people's mandate. Una go suffer am. No wahala. Thank you very much. All right, guys, let's open up the space. I think we have had a long time up here, just discussing as usual. Let's start the conversation with our ladies. Thank you to every single one of you. I see all the requests. We're going to be bringing everybody up as long as you're patient with us. And please keep dropping your comments on the comment section. I will be reading as much as possible. And also, we are streaming this space on our Facebook channel, on our YouTube channel, on the Violence radio station, across multiple platforms. We are making sure that this conversation is going as far and wide as possible. And I say this all the time, that we all should please. It is important we understand that when we come up on these platforms, that we should be a medium of propagation of the gospel that is going on this platform, because it is very, very bad that you come here and you listen alone and you take in all these informations alone and you don't pass it out. You should not just pass it out. You should also invite more people to join this conversation, share this space, like this space, retweet this space, get more people here, because the more people that are aware of what we're discussing here, the better for us as we build and shape the conversation going forward. So please, guys, help us get more people into the building. It is important we get this conversation out. Okay. Jimmy have said a whole lot. Another amazing submission, wrapping it up with a banger for you guys. And I'm going to say right now that we're going to open the floor right now. And I am buzzing for Saturday. I am buzzing for Saturday because on Saturday, the record will be set straight on the violence space, as we always do. Your men of God, your GOs, and all of them, your imams, hand go touch them. He go touch them from a place of love. We're going to really, really, really discuss about this same set of people that have been touch not. We're going to touch them on Saturday. But for today, we're discussing about the LP. What do you think about this mega LP mega? Should we mega with these people? Should there be a merger with this? What do you think? I want to know what you think. You know that we won the elections, but we did not win it. That's what we did not. No, we need their help now. Oh no, oh no. So they're saying that we need their help now. For the one we won before, we did not win it. We need their help now to win again. No. I want to know what you guys think about this LP mega bullshit talk. For me, it's bullshit, as I just rightfully called it. Let's know what you think. Let me know what you think about the criminal drug baron that is spending his last few days in Aso Rock, Let's know what you think about it. I would love to hear from my sister Pearls or David, if you can. You're in the building. If you can give us 2 5 minutes to come out here and just give us more breakdowns on it from what the research you guys have done on the timeline is amazing. Let's hear from you guys. Also, it's going to help us shape the narrative. If not, why not? Let me open up the floor with a lady, and as usual, who else would I call than my mommy herself? Mommy Bolanle, good evening. You're welcome to the Violence Space. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Emia Saddam. I'm doing well. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. Well, I'm in Nigeria and I see you, Jimmy. Uh, my host with the most is on the Yoruba Ronu space. Everyone on the speaker section. Sweet child, where have you been? Because I haven't seen you in ages on here. It's good to see you again. Everyone else, my greetings. Good evening from my side. Ah, all the good submissions, but at least I don't have to go after N6. So I'm good. LPMerger. When I saw it on the timeline, I chuckled and I just moved swiftly on because I'm like, it's not happening. It says who? Is this them thinking that that's what they want, or they're trying to set us, or maybe we've been too pally with PDP, over getting through the court proceedings, and they want to set us against each other. I was like, whatever is the plan was, it's dead on arrival. They've totally failed. It's just not. Who's interested? We're not interested. And as far as we're concerned, we stand alone. If they want to join us, then that's up to them. But there'll be no merger. We have our principal, and we have our vice president candidate, and we're not swapping him for anything. We're not swapping him with anybody, nobody. They should have thought about all of this right from the get-go. Atiku had that opportunity to be an elder statesman, but he just wanted power because some mara about somewhere told him he was going to be president, and he just wanted to push it because he had no business being in this race. End of, and if PDP had done the needful and have allowed Peter Obi, I mean, I like how it turned out because I think Peter Obi needed to forge his own way in a non-mainstream party, and I think that is why people rallied around him because he had a say. It wasn't like, oh, you have to do as the establishment wants. He was able to forge his own journey, which was fantastic. So I wouldn't have it any other way. But no, we're not interested. And even if it was true, they should literally get the fuck out of here. We're not interested. They should just get lost, right? Just because we are not attacking, we've never really attacked them. They've always attacked us throughout the campaign. We know how horrible PDP was. That NNPC, CP, I don't even know it. That one, the party that won just one state. That them that were harassing, they were talk about bloated egos, how the mighty have fallen. So yeah, that one, what would we actually do? We don't need him. We don't need him. How many votes did he get? I beg they should just sit somewhere. We're not interested. As for Tinubu's crimes, I looked with interest when I saw that they had sent Oluwole to go and perhaps do the Niger thing in America, and I'm like, you think this is caught in Nigeria? you know have they not seen the fireworks that have been going on in the United States with regards to Trump? Have they not seen? Do you know how many? Do you know how many times that Trump has gone and they bat him back, whether it is judges appointed by him or by Obama or by whoever else? They follow. How stupid is that? And when I read Pearl's breakdown, thanks, I mean, you're doing amazingly well, considering you said you never was inclined to study law, but I reckon you should. When I was reading her breakdown, it just brought me back to that story my cousin told me. We that there's a, should I say, that his purported mother, or his adopted mom, is related somehow. It's a Lagos thing, I beg. And they have always maintained that that Bola Tinubu that went to the college, it's very much female. She was a person who existed but died. And he was saying that back in the day in Chicago, in many states in America, when all the systems were not exactly working, not speaking to themselves, so to say, where you could buy a dead person's identity, right, is what's happened. That, which is why when he said it, I sat down and I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? It's not far-fetched, because how else do you explain his inability to go to the university and get a certified true copy of his results? Why would he, in the first place, have to submit to INEC a clear forgery? Why? It doesn't make sense. I've lost my first degree certificate before, and all I had to do was swear an affidavit, show ID, and then the university issued, and they asked me, do you want it in your maiden name or do you want it in your marital name? Because we would normally do it in the name or whatever name you're bearing now. And I said, okay, leave it. I don't even care as long as I can prove that the certificate's mine. So I don't see how difficult. It's not like, in Nigeria, maybe the records weren't kept or something along those lines. The records are there. So why did he find, what is the need for him to present a forgery? And then when, during the case, when the PDP petition, when I was reading that, they had somebody from the university had signed, blah, 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 they paid $1,000. I was like, for what? For what? To attest that a Tinubu, right, attended the university. That's not the question. We are asking is if that person that attended is the same Bola Tinubu that we that contested for the election. That was the question. So they didn't answer the question. Yeah, I'm rounding up. They didn't answer the question. So I'm keenly watching what's going on over there. Jimmy, yeah, I feel like you need to be there to represent and give us the breakdown. You know how they'll come to media and come and lie, right? I don't see them wriggling out of this because a judge will just look at it and say to themselves, hold up. But if you are the person that attended, right, and you're saying that the certificates that you provided, right, are the original, certified true copies, then why do you have an issue? They'll smell a rat and they will do accordingly. I'm very, very excited. I want to see how this plays out. Right. Thank you. Welcome to the space. Rallies, I'm not going to talk about because everyone's going to talk about it. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you for setting up this platform like this. Thank you, guys. All right, let's move on real quick. We'll be taking a guy and a lady. Please, thank you, guys. I made an earlier submission whereby I spoke about the guy that was injured in the match, and someone already reached out to me and sent 50,000 naira. I think I'm going to post the guy's account details up on the jumbotron, or probably I want it to be monitored in a way that we know the money getting to him. So please, if you send any money to him through the account details, please send me a receipt so that I can know from the violence space we raised so and so amount for him. Just because the money that the account is sent to me is not his personal account, is his family, is his neighbor. Probably Mrs. Barrier to do a better explanation about that, so that I can say, okay, at the violence space today we raised X amount of money for this guy, and I've gotten the receipt. So please, whatever is sent to that account detail, please just send me a receipt. That's just what we need so that we can for accountability purposes. So thank you very much. All right. Let's pass the mic.
Real quick, Saddam. Guys, please. Those people that sent me DM about them interested in the IT training thing. Out of 30 names that I sent to one of the people doing the training, only 26 people have actually signed up. Only 26. If you're one of the 4 people, contact the guy. I spoke to him. He opened his DM. Contact the guy. He sent me the database of the list of people, your phone number and your email. Only 4 people remaining now. Contact him and get it sorted out, please. Thank you. Back to you, Saddam.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, let me bring in Izin Namdi right now. Please, my brother, welcome. It's good to have you on the platform. 5 minutes, and then I'll come to Sweet Child, then Gaboni, then Nina fell off. Then the Sweet, I think Izin Namdi, Sweet Child, Gaboni, Miss Barriat in that order. Thank you. Miss Barriat is meant to come after Izim Namdi. Sorry, please, but Sweet Child has not been here for a long time, so I think I'll take Sweet Child real quick. Izim Namdi, you have the space. Good evening.
Saddam, good evening, my brother. Good evening, everybody on the space. Oga Jimmy, good evening, sir. One meaning, good evening. And then to everybody on the speaker session, good evening. Today, I'm a little bit pained. I'm not here because of some of the LPMerger Lamba from the Agbado people. They've sworn through their spokesperson that they would meet propaganda for propaganda. So it is expected. We are expecting propaganda. But the problem is that even when they've announced it, that they are going to match the internet and everywhere, and because they have the instruments to achieve this, their threats, they have AIT in their pockets, channels, all the news media, they have it in their pockets. The only one they don't have is parallel facts. And they've made you this promise. But my problem is that even when we have our own parallel facts, you say fake news, fake news. Wait until even parallel facts post it. If you cannot verify, then if you cannot even read, calm down now. Cool down now. Cool down. Hold your hand. Wait for parallel facts. We already have our own media channel that is doing a lot of work for us. Wait, calm down, and then follow up from parallel facts. Read through anything you don't see in parallel facts is totally nonsense. Is arrant nonsense. That is the stage we have gotten to in this country. Anything that is not on parallel fact news. That is why it is important that you follow parallel facts on all social media handle, so that you will not be committing some of the blunder that some people I have seen within the obedient movement. Within some days now, I've blocked obedience. I just block randomly, because who in his right senses will come and tell me merger loading, PO and Kwankwaso, Ogun will kill you. You will die a painful death. Let me tell you people, in case you don't know, it is not possible. This thing we entered is a blood covenant, because I think you people don't understand what you have joined. You don't understand what is happening in this country. It's a blood covenant because a lot of people went out on that election day because of that. In fact, personally, me, PO cannot even do well without that. Let me tell you, if Dati leave that ticket, me, I'm not even think I will even push further in this. In fact, it's most likely if Dati exit, me too, I'll exit. Because there is nothing we are doing there. It's all total nonsense. You people do not know the importance of that in this movement. Let me tell you, in case you don't know today, some of the fear people have is not for PO. If you don't know, go and write it down now. The fear people have is not for PO. You don't know who that is. That is the problem. A man who came to violent space, and the first statement he made is that, yes, when we win this thing, we should learn how, us here, even in this space, we should learn how to just do basic, things right, do things the right way. That it does not have relation. It does not. Let me tell you, when it comes to doing the right thing, it is straight. So we self, under the obedient movement, we also suffer in his hands. Before you think that because you know Saddam that no president, and then you will not go and do rubbish, you suffer.
Eze, the first time where that he come space, that is say the moment they enter, he go first consult in lawyer, say what are the grounds at which they can arrest El Rufai. Say them go first carry that one first. He talk am on top space. He say he go first consult them, say wetin he talk, say na treasonable offense. If they say na treasonable, why am then carry am straight? He said it live. Back to you, my brother.
Thank you very much. That is the person, somebody who calls himself an obedient will come and tweet. So with all the things we suffer during campaign, somebody, no matter where you read the news from, is still tweeting LP and PO and Kwankwaso. I don't know. I think part of the problem we are suffering in this movement now is this money that Elon Musk have added to Twitter. Because I've seen some people now tweet just to get that engagement or to trigger some people to respond while knowing that they are obedient, so that they can just make that money. So please, let me tell you, for Dati to leave this movement, to say he will not do again, let me tell you the terms and conditions. Dati will have to raise the over 90 people or over 100 people that were killed on election day. He has to bring them back to life. Because I know that some of the people that were killed, murdered, listened to him during the campaign. Some of them that went out to vote and were killed, listened to Dati speak in some of the platforms, channels, news, everywhere. He will bring those people back to life before he will allow him. And then he will, the refund is not even this. What he will pass through, the rigorous road, what I'm trying to tell you is that it is impossible. So when people say Lamba propaganda, this one is open stupidity. So please, die that matter of any measure. If anybody wants to follow us, let them go and register under Labour Party. Those are the conditions. Buy the distance. I will be screening. It's not every idiot that enters will take you. We don't give shishi. So we are not into sharing portfolio. Just like, the ministerial whatever is people sharing their loot. Nigeria was kidnapped. These people are sharing their loot. Nigeria is more like ransom that was paid. That's why you see Minister for FCT, is people sharing their loot. That's why I don't even concern myself with all those rubbish. So please, please, and please, all this merger talk, PO, this, you people should, if you must talk about your merger, talk about your merger, but please remove P2B and that. So if there will be merger, PO will not tweet about it or tell you first. Where you will hear it is from one source, a source preview. You see what women in Nigeria said? A source is the person that will give you that information. Then secondly, that is that about the merger. Secondly, I'm here also to advise the judges. Please, a judge or you're to the judges. That's why you see this particular level we are now. I'm not even so concerned about whatever judgment that will come out from the appeal court. Because if the judgment is in our favor, it has a tendency of slowing us down and then making a lot of people to really feel relaxed. It is a two-edged sword. So I'm not really concerned about this one. Where my main focus is on that Supreme, because I know that the matter must get to the Supreme Court. That is the final full stop and final bus stop. This matter, we are in for a very long ride, and everybody must be prepared. So for the judges at the appeal court, we know that what is delaying this thing is transaction. Is no problem. What I want to advise you concern Nigeria. If you are collecting money from the drug lord, ensure he pays you in BTC, in Bitcoin, so that there will be no traces. You understand? Don't allow any international bank transfer or bank wire if it's outside there, so that you don't indicate yourself for tomorrow. Talk to your sons, talk to your associates. They can teach you. I know you people, your generation is too far. But I'm giving you information now. If you are related to judges or the judges are here, collect it in Bitcoin so there will be no races. And let me tell you, treat that money as campaign money. It is your 100 billion. It is your money. After all, you are buying fuel. You are buying fuel with us now. The common Nigerians are 650. You a judge. This man had the mind to suffer you like this. So collect the money. But you see that judgment. You see that thing before you. That judgment, no matter how you are paid, no matter how you collect your money, whether through the back or in Bitcoin or through international transfer, whether the money was sent to your account domiciled in Panama, no problem. Just take the money, treat it as campaign money, a money you suffered for all over the years. But you see that judgment. You see that judgment. If you want to enjoy whichever funds they will send to you, you see that judgment. You must. It's not conditional. You must do the right thing. Because I know that you as a judge, you are not mad. You are living in this country with all of us. I heard some, I think one, his daughter has boutique. Guy, ask your daughter what the fluctuation of dollar is doing to her business. And if she's comfortable with the way his government is going. So let's not treat these judges as if they are people that will be sent from EU or EU observers that will fly into the country, then give us a date and then give judgment. We are living in this country. We are living in this country with these people. So if they like, let them do the wrong thing. If they like, let them do the right thing. If they like, let them collect the money. If they like, let them not collect it. It is entirely their business. What we know is that is for that matter, the right thing must be done. And then, as I yield, I also want to tell us, with what happened in Abuja concerning the rally, let us not be bullied into suspecting ourselves. Let us not be bullied into having secret meetings like people who are in secret courts. Let us plan our plan and do our... See, we won the election in a landslide. We have done campaign. We are currently doing all eyes on the judiciary. I tweeted it days ago. And we can still accommodate anarchy. Whichever one you want, we do. But you see, for this current all eyes on the judiciary we are doing, let us plan our plan. If you ask me, Tinubu is even moving slowly because I still do not believe. Maybe he's waiting for the minister to come up and then propose a bill. I still do not believe that up till now, he will still allow us to be talking on Twitter. He should have banned. You see what Saddam read? Election, result of election came out 2 days before the election day. So somebody like Tinubu now, I feel maybe he should have even banned Twitter, banned everything. So are we surprised that when we go out, we are attacked or police people come there? No. The only thing is that when we now want to go out again, we now make sure that our number is more than, no matter the number of police force you are going to deploy. And if possible, we all move out with our cars. You know, if we are coming, by the time 500 cars are in front and then the people marching are behind, we will now see how they plan to arrest and carry everybody. You know, when we have about everybody in Abuja, bring out your car on so day. That is the mega rally. We line up 1,000 cars in front, and then everybody march behind the car. Let's see how they want to take over and do all their rigmarole. Let's not go, because I was in one space. People were saying, some obedience wants to do this. And the way Chigozie was arrested he means somebody gave out an information. There is an obedience inside that actually gave out. Nothing is happening. Did you not expect the police? Did we not expect shutting down Twitter? Let me tell you, the worst is yet to come. So please, open in our spaces, plan your mega rally. Nothing they stop. Yes, we line up cars, then people follow behind. We don't need to now start saying we need a certain channel of communication. We can have all those back ends. And then another thing we also must have to know is that we must activate our campaign mode, because a lot of people, I must be very honest, a lot. That's why I'm happy that they took down that billboard. They took that billboard that they took down, actually made some people in my contacts to post our eyes on the judiciary. People who have never said anything about the courts before. So let's also thank God for the things that are happening as we progress. And then finally, as I yield, if you check PO in Edo, you will see yesterday that he was wearing the campaign, not just his black and black. He was putting on the black with the logo of Labour Party. That is one thing I want to encourage all of us. Let us activate our campaign. We must treat this all eyes on the judiciary as campaign. Funds will be raised. Posters, that's why I'm happy. Posters will be printed. Bags will, markets, what our brothers are doing in Edo, in markets you speak, we must treat it as campaign. And on the final day, which is the Supreme Court, the whole of Nigeria will be in Abuja to watch that landmark judgment. For now, the appeal people, if you like, you collect money, sell it and give whatever you want to give. What I want to tell you is that the right thing must be done, and the new Nigeria is possible. Thank you very much, and I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I just want to add up to what you said right now. The appeal courts have no option. They must give us the right judgment. It starts from here. We're not even going to tolerate, the right judgment starts from here, because when you give them an arm, they'll take a foot. We are going to start from appeal court. You must give us the right judgment. Samani, Bolaji, Ugo, Audu, Mohammed. I don't call her name. I said they call her name. I said they call her for prayer. That's some people they call her for shrine. That's some people they call them everywhere. They carry her name. We don't carry her name. Go everywhere. We they call her. Una must do it in the right. People they not gonna name. They break egg for middle of the night. Women they naked themselves. They call her name and your descendants. These names will either form the basis of a new Nigeria or form the destruction of your generations. It is written already. It is written. So stand up and do what is right. Simple. Do not come and give. Do not favor Peter Obi, favor the Nigerian Constitution. You swore an oath to defend the Constitution. That is what you went to school to do. That is what you read in school. You must defend the Constitution. And it is simple. You must disqualify. If Peter Obi was the one with drug dealing case, by now, I don't already do judgment since. When I don't do judgment since last, in fact, I don't go sit down for the case. You must disqualify the drug dealer. I'm not going to call anybody's name, but you know who the drug dealer is with fake certificates. Who goes to court to tell the court, do not allow my university to release my documents? Who does that? In which world? In which world? Sweet child, I say you did not go to school. Sweet child, unmute your mic. You have been long, you don't come to violent space. I say you did not go to school, sweet child. Then you now go to court and sue Saddam. Saddam, court, do not release my... Hey, God. We're living in a simulation, I swear to God. It's crazy. My sister, you have the space. Good evening.
Good evening. No, it's been long. I've been here. I miss you people.
Happy 1 year anniversary. Let me expose you. Happy 1 year anniversary.
2 years. It's 2 years. It's not one. Thank
2
you
years,
very
though.
much. I've missed you people. Thank you so much. In fact, I said today I was coming. Even when I started seeing the trash about the merger, I said, when is Violence Space? What's happening? Why is Violence Space not today? What's wrong? So I was patient and I decided to come here today. You know, I'm here to arrange chair. You know, since I clear chair, I clean table, dust everywhere. They tell people, yeah, you sit down for here. No, sir, that's it with this. Oh no, now Jimmy sits with this, now Ramini sits with this, or Yamina sits for. I mean, you don't see me. I don't dare your sins. Let me tell you, this trash about this merger did not start on Monday. It started Saturday evening when some idiot, I am sorry, in fact, I've already started blocking some people, came out and started saying, how would you see Peter Obi with, what's the name of this man, Saraki? Excuse me? Like, excuse me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, where's this comparison coming from? Did you sleep well? At first, I sat down and said, I don't want to believe that you will sit down and think and you not type it and you not post it. Like, where's this comparison for? Is that a joke to you? Dirty that has been giving us a whole strong morale. We know that our principal is very calm, cool, collected. That is the fire that represents us, most especially people like us that are our power, our mind, everything they do gaga. And you're saying that Peter Obi and Saraki, what do you think about these two? Are you mad? We're fighting. Apparently, people think that this fight that we're having is maybe probably don't end during the election. We've been fighting since, and at the time that we're close to it, as in we are seeing our judgment, we're seeing everything coming to our own favor. You're coming up with different rubbish stories and comparisons. Then it started Saturday evening, they enter Sunday. Then on Monday, I just started saying rubbish, saying merger. If you open that story, it's even saying 2027. What are you saying? That we're going to stay and plan for 2027? So this words that we use, give us back our mandate, was for what? Just to train our voices or what? I mean, to just waste time. You think say we'll just stay here, they defend? You think we don't have our lives? We do. Are you coming up? I don't know if it's Elon Musk's dollars that is making you to tweet trash. Please, that money will not feed your family. So before you come up and write rubbish, think twice. I beg you. I don't understand. You come up and say what? When we talk, give us mandate, we blind. When we talk, give us mandate, you think say we just want to talk, give us mandate. I mean, you think say we don't know, say we win. I don't understand. We're saying that we want our mandate. They are telling you of re-election that we should merge. Merge with who? Somebody that could not even win more than one state. He won 1.2, 1.5. You know which one be 1.5? Only one state. Person will not get level. Before the election, I remember when we told him that, okay, you know what, if we're going to merge with 3 people, it's going to be like this. They came out and said a whole lot of crap about us. Have you guys forgotten? Oh my goodness, have you not forget? Do not forget the insult. Do not forget. If you have forgotten, let me remind you how they put you on spaces, gaslight you, tell you all crap that you cannot get anywhere, that you cannot win more than one state, that you cannot do anything. In fact, they'll tell you, do you have your voters card? Most of them don't have voters card. Most of them are this. Have you forgotten? Have you also forgotten how they called us terrorists? Have you also called us bandits? Called us all sorts of names? Have you forgotten? And you come here and you're saying that you're looking for how to merge you and that merger that you're going to merge. Don't let me say thunder fire you, I swear to God. I won't say that. But don't let me say it. We're fighting this and we'll fight to the end. And what are we fighting for? In court, our guy will be disqualified. That is what we are fighting for. I mean, it's like if people don't even know what they tender the court. You know what it is to have your president to be what they call it, to be attached to $460,000. He had to leave. Do you know what for EFCC said? For you to forfeit, a criminal has to forfeit. That means criminal activities must have been done. Not be me talk am, and not talk am. Day and a space they talk am. Say forfeiture is what is done by a criminal. Not only criminals they forfeit things. Not only criminals they say, you know what, take this and let me have this because you were caught, because they've seen you do this, so you have to drop it. I was not the one that said it. It wasn't Saddam. It was said by EFCC. You know, we're not moving to double nomination. Our dear Shetima, we have lots and lots of reasons for these people not to be on the same ballot with us. Even if they have to be a rerun, it will be LP and PDP. Only them, only the 2 of them. There's no room for just in case. We're not wanting in case. They have to do what is right. The judges have to do what is right. Are we talking of perjury? The only thing, in fact, when Bayo came out, Bayo wrote something and was saying, we are threatening the judges. They are threatening the judiciary. And I said, we are not threatening. The only thing I actually want to know, in as much as I am trying as well to actually believe in the system, one part of me just wants to know that. I just want to know how trashy our constitution is. That is it.
We have our constitution to guide us. And you come and say that, no, we're doing something else separate from our constitution. Well, I just want to know how trashy it is. Tell me that perjury is okay. Tell me that youth can actually do crime. Youth can go into stealing. Youth can do cocaine and come out and say they want to be the president of the country tomorrow. Tell me that you can actually come out with fake certificates, fake results. Every just tell me that it is okay to be a criminal. I just want that. And let the judge say that, you know what? All this that you're saying about this, the president is a lie, and as such, the president is still the president. Just come out and say you're rubbish. Let everybody just know that the constitution is trash. Who that they come out, they merge who? Apparently, you don't know how we started this. Do you know what it is? Did you know the force that we are? No, now you guys should please go back and go and rethink now. The obedient movement is not an ordinary movement if you don't know. If you think it's ordinary, have a rethink. Now, going to the crimes, we all know what the crimes are now. I've stated them. Then regarding our Chicago case, I just want to appreciate Atiku. Atiku, thank you. In as much as you're a wicked person too, but at the same time, when we see something good, we say it. We want to say thank you. But your followers, people who are supposed to be defending you, people who are supposed to be ensuring that this information that you're fighting for is thrown outside, people are getting more about it. Instead, they're licking the asses of APC. They're licking the asses of Wike. They're licking the asses of, well, you deserve it. That's what I would say. Then for the rallies, I'll round up with this. My Edo people, I want to say a very, very big thank you. Thank you so much. In fact, if it's not because Peter Obi has an Igbo name, I'm very sure that if he had another name, they will say Peter Obi is actually from Edo State. In fact, there's not even, he is from Edo State. Thank you for the ginger. Thank you for telling Nigerians that, you know what, I still did judiciary. Thank you, for telling us, we never leave this movement. Thank you for telling Nigerians that in as much as we are being intimidated, we will not let down. We will not agree. We'll keep fighting till the end. We're just very close. Date will soon be here. They said it cannot be more than September 16th. I mean, when? If they like, let the judiciary give the date that same day or September 16th. They must come out and give judgment. And like you say, we say, do the right thing. If you don't do the right thing, whatever you see, you take. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much, my sister, sweet child. It is always a pleasure hearing you speak. Please don't stay out long again for this long, please. Please always come back home here. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, guys, let's move on real quick. Let's take a guy and a girl, please. Miss Barrias, I sent you a DM. If you could check your DM, please, so that we could get that going. I think Gaboni has to come in next. Then I'll come to you, Miss Barrias, in that order. Gaboni, you have the space. Good evening, bro.
Yeah, thank you, Saddam. It's good to be back here. It's good to be here today. You know, most times some of my week, my Thursdays and Saturdays not only for work. I listen to, but Tuesdays I'm always free to attend, and it's always good to be here on the Vawulence space. See, when I saw, everybody have been saying it, that measure, personally, I think it's just a smoke. It's just a distraction, a complete distraction, because but then they live life, they go back now. Like then they live life, they go back. They final year, you can't say you won't go back to year one. It's not possible. You get the points, because we have to be in Nigerian politics now. His level is higher than the level to be there for Nigerian politics now is not something, is not on the level of these other politicians again. His level don't go. So anybody trying to talk about Major is trying to bring him down. And right now, and for whatever, I don't want to give much energy to that news, because like you said here rightly, na Lamba, na complete Lamba, and it's a no issue, and people have demystified. I said it is a nonsense, and it's going to be a nonsense. Tinubu crime. See, sometimes I used to imagine, I used to think, like, what kind of a nation is Nigeria, where you see, like, there's a news recent that came out this evening that a man of God, a pastor is saying, a supposed man of God is saying, Nigeria will move forward. Nigeria will become better with Tinubu. Can any good thing come out from nothing? Nothing can, like, there's nothing that you cannot build something on nothing. Tinubu is a nothing right now. Like, is a nothing in the sense that you cannot build a foundation of credibility, a foundation of morality on a faulty, on a corrupt person. Yeah, that's what I want to say. On a corrupt. Peter B said something. He said, if you're not stealing, your wife is not stealing, your family is not stealing, you've chilled corruption by 70%. Is Tinubu not stealing? He have been stealing right from Chicago. He don't steal from them. He still enter Nigeria, become senator. He continue to steal Lagos till he become till Yakub Mohammed announced by 4 a.m. on the 1st of March. He has been stealing. So that is why you see this charade that has been going on in the country. It cannot lead to, and that is why the country is regressing. That is why things are not working. That's why things are not that, and it pains me that the so-called people, so-called men of God, so-called people that people look up to will come out and be saying good about this person that is continuing to destroy Nigeria, trying to influence their people because they know they have large feet. It is a shame, and I'm disappointed in all of them. It is a shame. I'm so ashamed of Nigerian men of God. And you go church on Sunday.
Gaboni, please wrap up. I beg, leave men of God. We were discussing with them on Saturday and Sunday.
Now, Tinubu crimes are the thing they talk about too, because it's crime. I'm talking about his crime because his crime is so enormous that even the so-called men of God that should be leaders, that should lead us to the way of truth. I'm not talking about his crimes. Things that are trying to propagate him. See, Atiku, you see that case in the court in US. Jimmy will be waiting for you to beg help us because that case is going to be the final nail on the coffin. Tinubu will be exposed. I've said it too many times. I've said to my you see this man, him deciding to run for presidency will be the worst mistake in his life. Somebody might have advised and told him, leave this thing. The person will still come back and tell him, say, actually, I tell you, leave this thing, yeah. This is the greatest mistake he has made in his life. And in years to come, he will look back and say, I wish I didn't do this. He would have stayed back and become the kingmaker he is. But he has come out to disgrace himself and his lineage to the 5th generation. You see, let me go talk about the rallies. You see the rally. You see when people have been talking about the Imo State Labour Party candidates. You see the rally that took place today in Imo State. I want to thank Peter Obi because what he has done in this country is what so many politicians cannot do. You don't get the state of Peter Obi go today. We go pull out the crowd. Our mandates will be given, and on that day, people will understand why Nigerians actually came out to vote for Peter Obi, because Peter Obi is the puller of crowd. I'm so happy with it will go everywhere they go. He's always with a smile. Some people go even the ones that say, which kind of man be this? Did they see your mandates? Did they launder your name wrongly? But the man is always with a smile. He is a role model, and I thank God and I thank him for coming out to run, because he has taught so many of us how to become leaders. Are you the mic?
Thank you very much, my brother Gaboni. Thank you. Honestly speaking, he's God sent for us at this point in time. Because Nigeria, sometimes I say, why don't you just resign? Let him just rest. And I'm thinking about, man, do you know the destiny and the lives of millions of people are at stake? Because for these other criminals in power, it is all business as usual. Go in there, steal as much as you can, buy houses across the world for you and your families, while they continue to suffer. In fact, they believe that Nigeria can never work. Their own is to get in there and steal and steal and steal. Let me bring in my sister, Miss Barrier, to the conversation right now. Miss Barrier, you have the space. Good evening. And please, guys, the guy's account details is up there. Miss Barrier just posted it on the Jumbotron. So probably she's going to, while she's giving a submission, she might touch about it. Miss Barrier, you were on that rally on Sunday. I would like to know how it went and everything. Please just give us a breakdown, and good evening.
Hi, bro. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everyone that is here. Well done, Nigerians. Well done, obedience. Well done, wherever you're listening to. You guys have kept the conversation going. You guys have kept the momentum. You guys have kept all the pressure that we needed to put on this illegitimate government, and it must remain so. I just want to thank you all, because for me, it is about when we say that Nigeria must work for us and work for all. I always love what Saddam says. If Nigeria will not work for us all, then it cannot work for anybody. And that anybody includes every goddamn person, whether you are in government or you are out of government. If Nigeria no go work for us all, then it better make you no work for anybody. I saw the flyers going around just like every other Nigerian, on Twitter. And as usual with my sister, we always, because we our values align in certain ways, although we may have different personalities, my younger sister. But when it comes to issues that bother, on Nigeria values and all those things, we align. And we got into a conversation. Okay, we saw flyers on Twitter. For us, it was like, okay, anytime anything like this is happening, we don't need to know the people behind it. It is about the messaging. What is this all about? Is it something that, we align with? Is it something that speaks to where we stand? And for us right now, is all eyes on the judiciary. And so we're like, okay, we would catch up with the citizens who are going to come out on Sunday. And we made our plans. And on Sunday, we got my younger brother, usually he would just drop us off at wherever any protest or rally or march or whatever is happening. We'll just get him to drop us off, or we'll use an Uber to go there because we don't want to drive for as long as it's not a car rally, So we got him to drop us off at the city gate because it's also not far from where we live. But then we couldn't access city gate. So we kept going round and round. But we saw a few people standing in pocket places. But before we left, my sister was like, okay, so did I pick up any information as to where we are going to march to, from city gate to where? I said, honestly, I don't really know. And she wasn't even feeling too well. I was going to tell her, Dudu, you know what? You don't feel too good. Stay back. But I could tell she was determined to come out. So I was like, okay, I will just let her be. I always tell people she's more tougher than I am. I talk more than she does, but she's not the talker. She's a brilliant writer. I wish she writes more. I always try to encourage her. She's a brilliant writer. She's a student of English. And sometimes when she tries to tell me the meaning of things, I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't even see it this way. So I was going to tell her to stay back, but I said, oh, Dudu has made up her mind, so let's just go. So we got there, we came down from the car. There were already, few security people around the city center. And we sighted a few young boys across the other lane. But then, having to cross the express route and jump over all those, what's that thing that they put along the road? I don't even know what it's called. Those things that separates one side of the road to the other. It was going to be impossible. So some guy just came out from nowhere and said, oh, we're now meeting at area one, roundabout. So we're like, oh, area 1. He said yes. So area 1 also is close to where we live. So we're like, okay, let's drive back to area 1. On getting to area 1, we met Chigozie and just about 3 other people. So there were just like 4 or 5 people right there at the area 1 when we got there. Before we left the city gate, some other lady, a friend of hers dropped her. Her name is Patricia, and she joined us in our car. She comes from Jos, obviously. And we just got talking about Nigeria. And of course, the story around Jos, her family, people who have moved into their family home right now because they've been displaced, their means of livelihood. So that's just the story. We got to area 1, met up with Chigozie, and we were just like, okay. So for me, it was about finding out, so what's going on, guys? Who are the organizers? Can we speak to them? Where are we going to process to? Where are we going to march to? Okay, what's the plan? But then he was like, okay, that they are coming. They will soon give us the full info that they too got to city gate and they were asked to come here, So while we were still having that conversation, we had even just agreed that, okay, because people were coming to the city gate. So Chigozie was like, okay, let's just drive back to the city gate since people are congregating there, irrespective of the security people that were there. So we were just taking our time to walk to the cars. And in no distant, within the blink of an eye after that statement was made, my goodness, it was a convoy of security like I have never seen before. It was military, it was mobile police, it was this red beret wearing policeman, it was the normal policeman, it was NSCDC, it was crazy. So I quickly went into the mode of, what we usually would do, during our days of Bring Back Our Girls. I totally did not realize that Twitter Live is no more because this guy has, tampered with a lot of things. So what we were always taught is how to go live immediately. I didn't even think of Instagram. I didn't think of Facebook. The only place I thought of going live was Twitter. So I whipped out my phone and I was looking for Twitter Live. I couldn't find Twitter Live. I was like, gosh, how am I going to quickly capture this moment in case? Because we already, and they were we're just about 10. And Thankfully, I asked my brother not to leave. He was just going to drop us again at Area 1 and go up. But on that day, I felt some type of way. I was like, something feels a bit eerie because I already know the desperation with these people and what they could do. So, of course, being someone who has been out on the streets, that's why I was asking for the organizers. Did you guys do scenario building? Do you have security? What are your plans if they come out to attack us? What are we going to do differently? How are we? Because all these things, knowing Abuja is the heated point, you cannot overlook all of these things. And seeing that we were just few, I knew that, okay, we must organize ourselves. So before we could say, Jack, like I said, they appeared. There were more than 15 or 20 vehicles, I can see that, and they were filled with guns, heavy guns, type of guns I have never seen before. And they just came down, the usual, but we weren't phased, we stood there. And for me, it was like, okay, how do I capture this moment? So of course they were like, put your phones away, put your phones away. So I was like, this phone cannot be taken by anybody. I must protect this phone at all costs. Whatever happens, somebody must be alive to tell the story. That we learned during the NSAS, Bring Back Our Girls. Somebody must tell the story. So I'm like, this phone is going to die with me today, whatever happens. So of course, we walked some of Chigozie and that's why I was shocked when I learned that Chigozie was arrested. But then he told us how it happened. So they were walking towards the other side. We had our car, they even locked our car in where they parked. So they had to make way for us to drive out of how they had, encircled us, where we had parked. But my sister, I just turned while I was trying to go live and I couldn't. I just turned and saw her in the midst of, police people had surrounded her with the Patricia lady that we had picked up from City Gate, and it was after she came to the car, that she was telling me that they had said, oh, they were giving us 2 minutes to move out of that place. And she challenged them and she was like, how dare you tell us to move in 2 minutes? Like, who are you? Like, why? We're not going to leave here. And they were like, who is she? And she said she's a citizen of Nigeria. And they were like, okay, you have to leave here in 2 minutes. Why are you here? She said, we are here for the rally for all eyes on the judiciary, So she engaged them and they were, of course, very mean towards her. But then she didn't cower, but we walked away and we're like, I called her over, let's just go to the City Gate. And that's how we entered the car again, drove back to City Gate. We met those same, I tell you, there are Nigerians who are determined, to see this change happen. And moving forward, we just must organize better because Abuja is where I tell people the fight is going to happen. Yes, other states will have their rallies there, but Abuja is the center. Listening to Nnamdi, he made some critical points because on that day in my head, I just kept saying, my goodness, imagine if we just had the numbers. Imagine if there were like convoy of like 100, 200 cars. Then there are like 500, 1,000 people marching behind those cars. There is no goddamn way that the security people would have been able to do what they did on that day. Those young boys were still there at the City Gate. We were trying to call Chigozie to find out where they were when we got there, and he wasn't picking up. So we're like, why isn't Chigozie? I didn't even have his number. I had to make a few phone calls, and my sister was like, no, I have his number. So she gave me the number. Aisha too sent me the number, and we tried to call Chigozie, but Chigozie wasn't picking up, not knowing they had picked up Chigozie. So this young man, one of the young men that was brutalized by DSS, we didn't even know he was taken because there is a park close to the City Gate. So we're like, okay, let's all move because we parked our cars close to a military. We didn't even know it was a military site. So some military guy walked over and he was like, oh, sorry, guy. He was very polite. He was very civil. And he was like, oh, are we meeting here for something? We said, yes, we have a rally, all eyes on judiciary. He was like, oh, okay, but that we're not allowed to park here because it's a military stuff. So we're like, oh, we're sorry. We'll move our car. So we decided, okay, those who are driving, can you let's go meet at the park. There's a ride and slide park in front. Let's just go and meet there because some other people had already advanced to that space. So we all drove. While we were at it again, we saw another group of people who were engaging the policemen that were coming out from the city, because they had another set of policemen at the city gate. But those ones were, some of them were a bit rough, but some were a bit civil. So listening to Saddam at the early stages where he says, yeah, you could have 500 policemen that are bad and 500 that are good. Yes, that's always the situation. Having been on the street so many times, you find the ones that are happy trigger policemen, like they're ready to kill you and they'll tell you nothing will happen. And then you find those ones who are also trying to calm those happy trigger policemen down. So you're always faced with a double-edged sword, and you have to figure out, because you don't want to lose anyone. So by the time we got there were already some other set of people. There was this professor, there was this mother. I've seen her in so many protests in front of appeal court since the beginning of this. I don't know who she is, but if I remember, Chude, I think, interviewed her once before. And if my memory hasn't failed me, I think she once said, she's a victim of this just crisis and she's lost her people. So what is she leaving for? She was there, and she just kept going on. And there was a way the policemen there responded. The person who is in charge came and told his colleagues to go back, that they should leave us alone, because we tried to engage them to let them know we're here for a good reason. We're not carrying any arms, And he was able to get the other policemen to stand down, and they moved back. Then we got to the park. We were outside, just taking numbers, each other's numbers, because my sister was like, okay, let's have everybody's numbers here so that we can find a way to regroup ourselves and organize better moving forward. So we don't come and we are lost. We can't see the organizers. We don't know why we're here. We don't know. Yes, we know why we're, but we don't know who is also. How do we proceed? Where are we marching to? The next thing, the same set of security that was brought to Area 1, we just sighted their convoy coming. So now, because you see, a lot of people, that was their first time of coming out. And you don't expect just less than maybe 30 or 40 of us to be able to have that, guts and courage to face what was coming. So in as much as the voices were like, oh, don't go, don't just stand, don't go anywhere. Of course, some people moved away. But you see, Happiness, that woman, that young lady with Bulus, my sister Dudu, because at some point I moved away because I wanted to capture the story live, because that's the lessons we learned. Because you see, the Nigerian security system you're dealing with is a criminal organization. Because they even mentioned it there, they will kill us and they will tag us anything, and that will be it. So somebody, you see what DJ Switch did, that there's nowhere they will go to today that video will not pass the test of time. Someone must give that story when you're dealing with the Nigerian security. So I moved back a little bit to try and capture what was happening. You needed to see how so many things that happened, I didn't. It was crazy because it's a park. Their parents, their children. So it was a mad house. Because they were going to put tear gas out, they were going to put all kinds of things. My sister said one of the security men had to rein in on the happy trigger policemen to tell them, look, don't do that. There are children here. So that's to tell you the kind of mindset some of them have. You're dealing with some people who are completely damaged, and they see you also not as someone who is demanding better. They also see you as an accomplice. Sadly. So no matter what you tell them, they do not listen. But there are some who are able to rein in on them. And of course, they came back. And Happiness had her phone out right in front of them. And they were going for her phone when she threw it into the crowd. Bulus was who picked it up. Somebody cited Bulus picking up that phone, and that's brutality. You saw them met out on Bulus, because Bulus did not only grab her phone, he also was pulling her back as they were pulling her away. My sister saw the phone as he quickly dropped it again, and she picked it up. And she refused also to let it go. She was pepper sprayed. So many horrible things happened. I didn't even see Bulus. I didn't even know who he came with. It was when we were finally leaving. It was a terrible day, I just have to tell you. But you know what I'm happy about? It is that we still came out. It doesn't matter the numbers. What matters is that people came out. And I saw Nigerians who are telling me that they are going nowhere, that Tinubu must go. Tinubu must go. It shows that there are so many Nigerians, like the few ones that came out. However, in the next one, it must be louder, it must be bigger, it must be better. Because this is all they know, intimidation. And you cannot ever submit to the intimidation of your oppressor. If you outsmart them, we are more than them. We are more creative than they are. We will ground them. There's nothing that they would be able to do if those numbers were out there. I saw the 1 million man march. I didn't participate in the 1 million man march that happened in Abuja. I saw the march that happened when people marched to Wadata Plaza. I saw the number of people that came out. And I told my sister, I said, if we had half of that number, there is no nonsense that these people would have tried to do on that day. There's been a bad infiltration of the security system. I can tell you guys, we watched the deterioration of this SSS, starting from, when I tell people is a long story and I won't bore you with that right now, but we have been victims of that and it was all familiar. Seeing that happening again, this is like how many years after? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, no, this cannot go on. You know, the only language these people understand is regime protection, and it must change because they are ready to just come and kill innocent people for no reason whatsoever. Asari Dokubo, the few times we have been to court with my sister, they take a whole street. They take a whole street, chanting, bringing all kinds of things, fire, all sorts of things, diabolical things that they come to put on the road. They wear all kinds of nonsense, and the police is there to protect them. We experienced the same thing during the days of Bring Back Our Girls. Government it was then I saw how government, like sponsors protest against people who are come. It has never been the case. Marilyn Ogga, I will call her name. She was the head of DSS at that time. It started from her. And this deterioration is still happening. Where people say they want to come out, we don't. You say, the first time I entered the courtroom was in my days as BBOG. Go and Google it and see. 2014, Commissioner Umbu banned protest, rally, march, anything in Abuja. And we went to court. Falana was our lawyer. And we won in court. Buhari, the very incompetent, irresponsible, useless past president that we had, also went to court to have his rights to protest defended. And all we are told is that what we need when we have to come out, whether you fucking call it a protest, a march, or a rally, whatever it is, all you need is to let the security, the police know. And what they owe you on that day is fucking protection. Not to come out with, even if there are going to be different groups of people that will come out on that day, it behoves on the police to fucking protect every group and make sure that it doesn't degenerate into any form of chaos. Not to come against those who are supposedly anti as they target to be. This nonsense must stop. And I am speaking today to Abuja people so you hear it loudly. Because you see the nonsense that has been going on in Lagos before the courts will fuck these people off our faces. We must fight and defend this city that we all have come to accept, that we all have come to live in, irrespective of our tribes or our religion. Because I tell you all, failure to do that, we will not be able to move conveniently from one place to the other. Because these people will not give up without a fight. That day was mind-blowing. There were over, because if there were 15 vehicles, just imagine even if there were just 10 security people in each vehicle, and there were just over 100 people, about just 20 or 30 of us. So just imagine that. You cannot give these people an inch in this town. It doesn't matter This Nigeria belongs to us all. As I'm speaking here, I was just watching CNN. I heard Jimmy when he spoke about the case of Trump. He's going to bring himself today to the whatever it is. He's going to surrender himself. And his judges like the Samani and Co. that have asked him to surrender himself in jail today with 17 others. 2 have turned in, 17 are yet to come, including the Trump. I'm just watching it now. Those are their fucking mates in other parts of the world who have balls, who do what is right. When P.O. spoke on that day on the space that was held by Parallel Facts, we heard him loud and clear when he said the rule of law is that intangible assets that the America, Europe, and UK thrive and live on. And that must fucking happen in this country. I hear people, when I saw that merger, I didn't even give that story any life. The things you choose to give life to is what will give you sleepless nights. It's your choice. What the fuck? You think a PO who takes to his Twitter handle to write is who would not come and honor you and sit you all down, obedience that he calls his family, and you just run away with the story? The infiltration, just like Nnamdi said, so many handles now, everybody coming, oh, follow me. Where were you before? And I don't have a problem with you joining Twitter now and wanting to make something out of it. But please be sensible while doing that. Be focused while doing that. We cannot afford to just run away with every story. You just see a headline and you run away with it. And like Nnamdi said, there's fucking parallel facts. If you want to find out the alternative facts, if it's true or false, go fucking check what they wrote. If you're not on Twitter, check Facebook. If you're not on Facebook, check Instagram. This Bulus that came, there is a lady who was with him. When we were leaving, I sighted her and I remember her and I walked to her. I said, what are you still doing here, madam? Where are you going to so we can drop you off? And she says, no. She came with Bulus. I almost fainted. I said, gosh, you were the one who came with him. She said, yes, that he was even at home because not everybody is on Twitter to even know anything like this was happening. That she was the one who went to him and said, oh, because every time there's any protest like this, they go out together. She calls him and he escorts her because she is a married woman. She's a Christian but married to a Muslim. And I saw an amazing love. She never left Bulu's side since Bulus was taken to that hospital. She said, madam, I'm not leaving this park. When we were going, I felt so bad that we had to go away. The Patricia, the other lady we met, was a mess. She was an emotional mess already. We're like, what are we dealing with? How are we going to deal with all of these emotional people? Because we have experienced a bit of these things. She said, madam, I'm not living here. I brought him out from his house. What will I tell his people? How can I go back home without Bulus? My God, I was crushed. So I told her not to worry. We will find out where they took Bulus to. Whatever it will take, we will get him out this night. And that was how my sister was with the happiness phone. So for every call that was coming in, I told her at some point, you have to keep answering this call because maybe a call might come in. It might be them. Who knows? Maybe trying to give an information. And on this call that came through, my sister answered. And it was the voice of happiness. My goodness, we screamed. Where are you? Where are you? She said they dropped them off somewhere around Unity Fountain and they had to walk to around Merritt's house. And that's where they are because she had an event there because she's an OAP. There's an event there about she's supposed to cover on that day. We almost passed out and we're like, okay, we have to. Somebody took her bag. The person called my line because of the exchange of numbers. Now, this is what we always have to do. When we meet, we must know each other, know who is standing next to you. Nobody must get missing. We can't allow any one of us to go down. Anybody goes down, the government too would have to pay for it. They must pay for it because every fucking life that they think they are out there to protect, we too will protect our own because we have formed a bond. We have formed a union. And anyone who comes against this union will have the entire obedience to deal with. And that was how she entered an Uber, came to meet us with the Bulus before we now, one professor guy, my goodness. You know, you just meet different people on this movement. You just don't know what is bringing people out. And that's why this movement must stay alive. For Nigeria to work, this movement must fucking stay alive. So I see no reason why anyone is losing sleep over a story of a merger. You are going, whatever negotiation is going to happen, whatever talk is going to happen, you are at the place of strength. You see, when you're big, you're fucking big. That's what P.O. does. That's why he goes about smiling. I don't know why you guys haven't learned that trait from him. Why are you all over the place? Why are you jittery? Do you see your principal portray that? Fucking take his body language. What are you talking about? When you're confident, you're confident. You walk into places and people will know someone has entered. Why are you jittery about fucking handles putting news? Have you heard from your principal who handles issues with grace, strength, and courage? Gutsy man who has told you we're going to bring down this criminal enterprise, and that's how you should walk. Strut with pride and every fucking arrogance that you can gather and muster. Anyone who wants to have that conversation, trust your principal that he will not let you down. And for everything, he knows that he must get the support of the movement before anything can happen. That people were even speculating. I tried to check the handles. There were no handles that I knew about. That's any one of you would be dirty. Dirty is the apple of the eye of the obedient movement. So why is anybody thinking that's in that? So for me, it's a non-issue. And I choose to close my statements with this quote again of MLK, which I love, which is the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and convenience, but in times of challenges and controversy. You all have chosen to stand in times of challenges and controversy. Not all of us are brave. Not all of us are courageous. Not all of us are going to stand and face the bullets. On that day that this happened, I only faced the police once. But by the time they came again, I knew that had to be a way to be able to capture every event that will happen and put a tweet out, because I know that if I put a tweet out, I have enough people that I can copy that will help me put the news out so it can quickly go viral, so we'll save ourselves. Bulus, we thought, died on that day. He was beaten to a pulp. My goodness, my fucking Lord. An innocent citizen who did nothing, who fucking did nothing. Guys, I have never been weak in all my days of coming out for protest like I was on that day. And some part of me felt like, oh no, I felt a bit defeated, but like my sister said, no, Maureen, don't. We're going to come out again. And this time around, when we come out, we're going to show them that we are bigger and that this country belongs to all of us, and they will not take us down. They came back and so when Bulus came back, he did with happiness. They kept saying, the policemen and all the DSS people kept saying, who is that girl? That's my sister. That it was her they wanted because she had challenged them. But because you see, and my sister said she could tell they profiled the people that they took again. Because, okay, those who looked a certain way, they weren't so sure who you were. That day for me is a day that I can tell everybody listening here that the lines have been drawn. Abuja citizens, you are never going to have it fucking easy if you don't come out on the next time that there will be a clarion call to come out and take back what belongs to us all. Yes, we know the court will fucking there's no reason. Abby Spotlight, I don't know if you're here, but there's a tweet you put out of which you tried to summarize what AA said yesterday on Mindset Space. And it was so, it spoke to me, and that is it for me. And you said even in America, when they bring in jurors to decide a case, they don't know. You don't have to know the law. It's not lawyers they bring. They just bring people from random streets. You come from the streets and then they get to have a background knowledge of you, so they know the kind of juror they're going to, they're bringing in. And they're ordinary people from the streets. People who go about their daily lives. Those are the people that form part of a jury. And they sit down and they listen to a case. And they can clearly tell who is guilty and who isn't. And we all know today who the fucking guilty person is. All of us are jurors on this matter. So the court, Tamani, Ariwola, and every goddamn person Who is there? It is time to set this country right. It is time to change the trajectory and the fortunes of this country. It is time to get Nigeria walking. It is time to lift Nigeria out of the doldrums. It is time to change our story to that of a working country that looks out for everybody and not just a fucking criminal gang. Enough is enough. Obedience. Never you pander to the nonsense you see around social media on Peter Obi and any other thing. We have our eyes only on the judiciary, and on that judiciary, our eyes must remain. Enough of the distractions. Stay focused. Let's keep up the momentum. Whatever rallies are going to be organized, whatever marches are going to be organized, it is time to turn up the volume. Turn up the volume. I am telling you guys, with what we saw on Sunday, turn up the fucking volume. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my sister. God bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Another amazing submission. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the sacrifice. You know, it's easy to come out on spaces and talk. There are people that talk and walk. You know, when you talk and walk, you now have that extra edge to when you speak. I can say yes, you're speaking because you are actually putting the work offline and online. There is no greater synergy that comes with that. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. Please, guys, on the jumbotron, I think Ms. Barriat she has made a tweet. Attached on that tweet is the account details of Bulus. She made the guy that was attacked, and he has been in the hospital. I think they just discharged him today. He has bills to settle. If you feel like supporting him, please send something to that account detail. And all I need from you is just send me receipts because I need accountability from the platform here. Okay, this is what we raised for him on the platform. So thank you very much. Whatever I think you want to bless the guy with, it's just part of encouraging other people out there to show that even when you go out there, which is your right, you're not doing this for anybody. You're doing pray, pray, pray. So please always understand that this journey is a personal journey. If Nigeria gets better, it gets better for you, your family, and friends alike. So when you're going out there, remember this. It should always strike your heart. What I'm fighting for is myself. And if you want to be a coward and sit down behind your part and don't act, now see you. If you get better, it will still reach you. That is how we keep the conversation rolling. So thank you very much, my son is Barriat. I'm going to come to a guy right now. Ibrahim, it's good to have you on the platform. I'm going to take probably 2 or 3 people before I come to you. Whenever you want to come in, please just let me know, my brother. Thank you. It's always amazing having you on the platform. Let me take a guy right now. Let me come to Pastor Jacob. Pastor Jacob, sir, good evening. I'm sorry to keep you this long out here. You know, sometimes I lose my moral. I don't want to keep you for Saturday, but let me bring you in right now. So good evening, sir. How are you doing? You have the space in 5 minutes.
Good evening, Emma. Good evening, well-meaning Nigerian. Good evening, Ms. Barriat, and everyone.
Sorry, please, Mr. Jacob. Well-meaning Nigerian, if you could check your DM, but Mr. Jacob, go on, please.
Good evening to everyone on the space, those on the speaker session and the listener session. I honestly had to request the mic because I needed to just give words of encouragement to us. And what have been said, the submissions are quite intriguing. I really personally believe that some people are not obedient, especially lately, or there are infiltrations. Otherwise, at this level where we have come, thus far we've come, someone should be able to believe the level of our principal, what he believes in, and what he can do. That's what I call trust and having faith and confidence in someone. I saw that news, on Monday, on my rise, especially right from daybreak in the morning, around before 8 on the newspapers, and then when Emmanuel Efeni came to read that about that measure, I never would have believed that, because there are sources you should get information from, not newspapers and television stations that are not really fully obedient. So that aside, and I want to also believe and stand on the fact that although we don't believe in the judiciary, but the judiciary has no way of escape. The truth is clear. It baffles me at least of those of us in the 50s, in the 60s, and then he says someone is 70 or is even 80. There are people like my father died 83 years, and his standard 6, those years standard 6 certificate, he had it. My father at 83, he died in around 2013. He had a standard 6 certificate of old. And so if someone went to school, it's a pride, it's glory for people to ask for your transcript. They want to get to know that you have such a certificate. And in the accountancy profession, I wouldn't know about Chicago State University, but there is no such university where you are in the accountancy profession, just as I have, and ICANN cannot. They want to ask for the certificate I have from ICANN, me, and then I will be trying to prevent them from going to ICANN to get a transcript, or a copy of the certificate that indeed I got, having studied written exams and I passed. So all those issues will let someone know that, look, there is comma somewhere. When there are cockroaches, hidden somewhere in your cupboard, you wouldn't want to open it up. That's what I see. Everyone has said it. I don't need to repeat it. The matters are clear. Minimum 3-4. It cannot escape 25%. Constitutional matter. It cannot escape $460,000 for feature. How will you talk about invalid nomination before even double nomination? Within 14 days, and it did 21 days. These things are clear. And like someone said, even people from the street, and obedience, our lawyers have opened our eyes, and we personally too have read simple things one can read. They are clear. Tinubu must be disqualified. Tinubu will be disqualified. Then come to the rallies. Please, I want to submit and encourage obedience. There is no way we can win and reclaim our mandate without, a terrible fight. Now they are bringing the battles to us. Even if it was 2 people, 3 people that went out, the news is everywhere. Television stations are even beginning to, announce us, give publicity to us without payment. Today, too, Rufai still, said it not once, not twice in their morning show. He mentioned all eyes on the judiciary. So our messages are going all over the places. The battle is there, but God will help us and will win. Saturday, I'll be able to also come around here, because certain things that people in our enclave, in our parlance are doing in the religious setting, is quite disheartening. But that is for Saturday. MI has said it, and we are waiting for that. So encouragement, we are praying, and the little we can do at our level too, we are doing. But if you go out, God is with us. We are together, one family, and we must stand our ground, not to bow down, not to cow out, and God will give us the victory at the end. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Jacob. Thank you. It's good to always have you on the platform, sir. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. Nina, you've been here for the longest, so your hands are not up, so I might have to skip you. But if you're ready to speak, probably I'll allow you coming right now. Please, you have the space for 5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Saddam. Well-meaning. Jimmy on the beat. Good evening, Mommy Madonna. Good evening, everybody. Mommy Bolanle, good evening. Mr. Campella, good evening, sir. Sweet child, nice to hear your voice again. Okay, I'm just going to talk about the LPMerger Lamba. Like Sweet Child rightly said, I started seeing, apart from the Bukola Saraki one, people were also tweeting pictures. They were merging pictures of PO with some people, and they were like, what ticket would you vote? And for me, I found that quite asinine, because first, what does Peter Obi mean to you? Who is he to you? Why are you supporting him? Why are you an obedient? The obedient movement is an ideology. Personally, I support PO because he stands for integrity. He stands for honesty. He stands for truth. He stands for transparency. How then, the Bible, I'll always circle back to the Bible. The Bible says, can two walk together except they agree? The reason the Peter Obi dirty ticket is amazing is because there are two people that are formidable in the face of everything: corruption, um, eh, criminality, and all of that. So, how do you bring clean water and put a cup of dirty water in it and expect that water to be clean? It doesn't make any sense. And we also need to be careful the kind of narratives we let these people use us push. Because if you read that news critically and the smaller blogs who they paid to also propagate it, there were certain narratives they were trying to push. They were also trying to keep pushing the stupid, senseless narrative that the criminal drug lord is a strong political force. So you need an Atiku, a Kwakwanso, and a Peter Obi merger to defeat him. Somebody who couldn't win Bodilon, somebody who couldn't win Lagos State, somebody who couldn't win any election. Tinubu has never won an election in his life. From 1999 till date, he has never won one election. Everything is done in criminality, everything is shrouded in corruption. And we're letting people use us to push this narrative. There's not going to be a merger. Like Ezenamdi said, if they want to become obedient, they need to come to us and become obedient, and we will screen them because every criminal, this is not an all comers affair. Every criminal doesn't have a right to bear the name obedient. Enough is enough. We need to be careful. We need to see. We need to be cautious. And we need to also know what to ignore and what to push. Honestly, if I was the only one on Twitter, that news would have died a natural death. I wouldn't have dignified it. But some of you even opened spaces for it to discuss it and to discuss possible measures. And you're pushing narratives like, if you want to, if you we're not even in power yet. If we want to get in power, then we have to do what it takes. No, we don't. We don't have to be criminals. We won an election. Our eyes must remain on the judiciary. I don't want to talk about Tinubu and his crimes. I'm done with him. The Chicago case, I'm done with him. About the rallies, I'm happy Abuja happened. I don't trust any mainstream media in Nigeria, but I like the way Arise told that story. And just for that particular news report, I give them their flowers. I'm sorry people went through what they went through. It was not needed. And I find it laughable also that somebody who wants to go and restore democracy in Niger is a dictator, but he wants to go and restore democracy in another country. Anyway, he's always been a criminal hypocrite. Thank you, everyone. I yield.
Thank you very much, Nina. Thank you. Right on time. God bless you. Thank you for a wonderful submission. The criminal drug baron has no business. He has never won an elections. That is the rightful message should be passing. He has never won an elections. He is not strong. All he had was a criminal Yakubu Mahmoud alongside him to rewrite history. But we're in court, and hopefully, the courts do what is right. If not, then go hear from Nigerians. Thank you. All right, let me come real quick to Oladipo. You've been here for the longest. Oladipo, good evening. You have the space in 5 minutes.
Saddam, good evening. Greet you. God bless you. God bless the violence space. God bless everyone that is duly obedient here. I had a very tiring day, so I've been just in and out. But thank you, guys. I really appreciate you. I don't know if Jimmy is here. Hello, Jimmy. Can you hear me?
Bro, I did hear
Yes, how
you.
you doing? There are two proverbs that says, "Bí wọ́n bá ṣe rere, ara kì yóò á yá ọ." That is one.
If you do good, okay, like you finish up so I can reply. Yeah, go ahead.
Bí wọ́n bá ṣe rere, ara kì yóò á yá ọ. That is number one. Number two, àti ilé la ti kẹ́ṣọ̀ọ́ ròde. That is the two proverbs.
The second one is charity begins at home, and the first one is if you do good, you'll be okay. So if you do good, you'll be happy to respond to anything whatsoever. But if you the opposite side is if you have something to hide, you'll be slow in responding. Basically,
The first proverb is for the judiciary. I will not say more than that. The second one is for the man who calls himself president. You see, I thank God that I am obedient. I am proud to be an obedient. I am proud that I have sense and I use my sense to pick the winning mentality. Let me tell you something. It is not a fluke that today nothing has been able to be used. Because you see, one thing obedience don't think about, that I see that a lot of obedience don't think about, is that, do you think that there will be a criminal document or something that Peter Obi or Daddy did that this set of myopic fools will not have used to bring them down? They could not find one reason or one iota of crime to use to bring these people down. And still, you obedient, you still fall for very silly, myopic, not well thought out news. I saw that thing on Saturday. I just looked and passed. Because number one, the first thing I want you to know is this: nothing good comes out from the camp of the APC. Nothing good. I don't know how you people fall for all these cheap, very senseless, as in very debunkable lies. I saw it and passed. I did not even say anything about it because I know that it was all lies. Merger with who? Ìwọ tani níwájú tani? It does not even make any sense. The case in court is clear. They know what is going on, and they are just trying to use all this as like a smoke screen, and people are falling for it. In what generation? In what era? That's all I say about that. And you see, to all the policemen that took it upon themselves to treat people like animals, wọ́n ní tó bá rán ni níṣẹ́ ẹrú èèyàn máa ń fi tọmọ jẹ ẹ ni. Ẹ wá fi tọmọ jẹ. Unless these people have done evil, will you find peace in life? Those people that lay down some people in Abuja, unless those people did something bad that deserved what you do, will you find peace in life? But if not, you've just murdered your peace. Because you see, one thing you fools don't understand is the fact that these people are fighting your battles. They are trying to make sure that you get the appropriate training you deserve. They are trying to make sure that you get the appropriate tools, the appropriate needed mentality. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá gbé ọmọ lẹ́lẹ̀ nìyẹn, tó bá gbé yín sórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì, ẹ máa yí bọ́ náà ni. You see, let them keep on. Saddam, I've seen you. I'm rounding off because I'm even dozing off. But let me tell you something. Let them keep on. All eyes, firmly on the judiciary. We will reclaim our mandate. Nigeria will be good. No matter how far it is. Call me any name, oh. I don't care. But I stand and I know that Peter Obi will never stain himself with any dirty merger. So I want to implore everybody, please, the moment you see a news and you don't understand, just go to the handle of, at least go to Saddam, well-meaning Nigeria. Go to people you know that they will not give you lies. If you don't see them, don't propagate what is not. I beg. I use my mic. My guys, God bless you guys. God bless you. Sweet child, longest time. Oh. Jimmy, thank you guys. I really appreciate all of you. God bless you. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you very much, my brother Ladipo. Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to a lady real quick. I think Madonna, good evening.
Saddam, I beg, make I top up waiting Oladipo. So you see, regarding the police that actually attacked some of our people on. You see, the thing is, Yoruba man pè wọ́n ní ẹrú kan ní mú ní búgba ẹrú. Ọmọ ọ̀sán nísìn kó gbóngbó báyẹn. It's not all the police that are bad, but you see, there are some crazy olórí burúkú tó wà láàrin wọn. As Oladipo said, tó bá rán ni níṣẹ́ ẹrú, if they send you to go do something, you do it in a way that you let these people know that you're being reasonable. À ń torí àjà ń jà níta ló ń jà lẹ́ńkulé ọ̀hún. In case you guys don't understand, olórí burúkú àwọn ọ̀nà yín, we are fighting for you, and you don't know that we are actually fighting for you. Àwọn máa ń ṣàǹfààní inú yín tẹ́ pé tó bá ti gbébọn dání báyìí, when you're gone, you don't think right, you don't act right. All you just want to do is just bully people, suppress people with your AK-47. The obedient are the real well-meaning Nigerians that are willing to risk their life to get that country on track. Henceforth, any one of you, regardless you support or not, that comes against this movement, kò kí ń san fẹ́ san kò ń wọ̀ fún èèwọ̀. Ọmọ rídìí odó ò kì í rídìí jókòó. Èpè lẹ́ máa gbà lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ọkàn gbogbo yóò ní balẹ̀. Ọkàn gbogbo yóò ní balẹ̀ lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Not all of you o. Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn kan wà nínú nítorí wọ́n pé. Àwọn kan wà nínú tẹ́ pé wọ́n mọ tó ń ṣe. But you see the useless ones amongst you. Ẹ má worry, stray bullet máa pọ̀. Misfiring máa pọ̀. Accidental discharge. Bó ṣe máa mú ìní ẹlẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. We are fighting for the soul of that country. You can imagine. The people are tired. The people are fed up. We want our country back. If you stand in the way, we are a force to reckon with. We are fighting for you ignorant people, and you don't seem to understand it. Fuck around and find out. Back to you, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, Madonna, I have the space. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. The chief priest, Emir Saddam, the obedience senior advocate, women in Nigeria, Ibrahim, Jimmy, my in-law, the Gedu master, Miss Bryant, Boluni, Pastor Jacob, my sister Bolanle, UC Maswe, everybody, all the violence, Kempela, I see you. You see, LPMerger, Lamba. When I saw that news, and Arise carried it. I just went there. I told them I screenshot it, and I told them that it be like say something done they do na for head. Be like say una don enter cornfield. I be na impression una they look for. Why una they publish fake news? And that was it. And I was just praying that none of our obedient will open space. But before I say Jack Robinson, I've already seen one space, and 500 and something, almost going to 600, was there. I went there because it was imperfect that was holding that space. I went there, I saw Jimmy. Immediately I saw Jimmy, I relaxed because I know that he's going to take care of whatever nonsense they are going to throw up there. And he really give it his best. After that, I left because I couldn't stand out. After hearing that man that was talking, that somebody died and did not eat food and all that, we commiserate with them. But if the hunger is there, this is the time our northern obedience brothers, they should gather their people. Bob Marley said that a hungry mob is an angry mob. This is the time for us to come out. If they galvanize their people in the north, and what I'm even thinking of, the next this thing is not even going to be stayed by the same day. Everybody will just come out. What kind of magic are they talking about? You called us 4 people tweeting in a room, Twitter warriors. You called us Andrew Live Assault. Atiku said they don't have structure. Yeah, let the youth vote for them. So now that bride, he has gone to school, gone to university, they've trained her, finished, and she's now looking beautiful, and everybody wants to marry the bride. We are not for sale. Anytime election comes up in Nigeria, we are going to win it. They've known we are forced to reckon. In short, we are the bone that is holding them in the neck now. And moreover, we don't even have any space in our register. Our register is full now. We don't just carry any Tom, Dick, and Harry and put them in our this. Our register is full. Let us finish with this election. If after the election they want to join us, then we are going to give them our terms and conditions. If they meet it, they can be admitted. That said, I don't want to talk about Tinubu because we have overflogged the issue. The man is going. The case, the rallies. But Mali said, I like reggae. He said that he who fights and run away will come back to fight another day. We have anything, this movement is divine. Anything that is happening for a purpose. There is always be persecution, false accusation before there will be promotion. Remember Jesus. All these things will come. And I know that all those people that got wounded on Sunday is not unto death. They will all recover. We are all going to see this new Nigeria together. But something happened. God used it to turn it around for our own good. All things work together for good to them that love God and to them that are called according to his purpose. Because we are doing the right thing, because we are on the side of light, God is working for us. He's using everything, even our mistakes, he's using them to promote this business, this movement. Have they been talking about all eyes on the judiciary? Had it not been only us? But once they pulled down our billboard, the news went viral everywhere. And that small thing that happened in Abuja on Sunday, everybody is talking about it. Even so, I saw Dr. Sam Amadi. He said they don't have any rights. How can they allow Asiri Dokubo to be doing all those nonsense he's doing, and people that are armless, you are harassing them? This is our constitutional right. But we have run away. Saddam, I'm seeing you. We are going to reorganize, and we come out back fortified. And this time around, if they do anything, they see anyhow. I'm a proud of this. Jimmy, on Monday, I will share with you my testimony. I told you that yesterday's meeting was a healing school, and it touched me in a special way. I yield the mic. I love everybody with the love of God.
Thank you very much, Mama Donna. Thank you very much, man. God bless you, man. All right, let's move on real quick. Polonium, you have the space.
Sorry, Saddam. I want to ask Mohamed Donna. I'd like to
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Okay, I don't think Polonium can hear me. All right. No, you can. Polonium can go ahead.
No, sorry, before Polonium go ahead, I think I wanted to ask her the same question. She said she love reggae. She'd be terrified.
My reggae started before Erufai na emergency reggae. Go to my list. I'm a reggae star, so I'm a reggae lover. It's problem that forced him to be there.
All right, Polonium, we have this place. Polonium, we have this place. Good evening.
Yeah, evening, my brother. Me, I just want to tell Rufai, after the reggae, play the blues. When he's finished with his reggae, he will play blues. We're waiting for his blues. Now it's reggae. Let me just get to the point. I greet everyone. Well-meaning Jimmy, I see you. Everyone on the space. Mrs. Bolande, I greet you. Dr. Steiner, I greet you. First of all, Saddam, when you were giving your opening remark today, you talked about the fact that, you were honest, you lived an honest life and everything, and Nigerians, there were very many Nigerians who are honest. And it just dawned on me that I think we need to continue to put out that statement so that Nigerians will know that honesty pays. It still pays to be honest. It still pays to have integrity. I mean, and to that extent, I've always used the girl who returned. I think somebody on his page said, despite the fact that there's hardship in Nigeria, there's somebody who returned $70,000. So we need to continue to preach that message that honesty pays. Therefore, the millions of Nigerians who are every day living honest lives, we cannot have a criminal as a president. God forbid. I couldn't have spent all my days as a young banking officer going around the country with all the temptations to steal money like they are stealing, but I refuse to do it and then end up having a criminal as my president. God forbid. So let us continue to put out that message there. Number two, Saddam, please, I want to say regarding the Saturday space, Ejoma Binu, let us give flowers to the pastors who have stood for justice in Nigeria as well. As we're calling out the other ones, let us also recognize the ones who have stood for justice and stood as a strong voice for the people. Finally, my submission, please. This might not be popular amongst us, but it's my personal opinion. I think that a merger that has Peter Obi and Dati as the principal characters, president and vice president, is welcomed. If you look at the UK, there are times when national issues have occurred and the different parties would come together, irrespective of their principles, to vote on a national issue. I think that the problem in Nigeria is such one that any right-thinking, well-meaning Nigerian, irrespective of his political affiliation, must come together to work with PO to get these people out of office. I do not believe that everybody in the other parties are corrupt. I do not believe that everybody in the other political parties are corrupt. I want to believe that there are still sound Nigerians in the other political parties who, when PO, because at the end of the day, PO is not going to be a president for obedience, it's going to be a president for Nigeria. So rather than condemn it, let us call for the right people within these other parties to support our principal, stand with him shoulder to shoulder, get these criminals out of office, and we will have a country where the right people are leading us and all Nigerians with good character, good background, integrity, and everything we see in PO working together to help our country. That's my opinion. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Polonium. I like the way you put it. As in the way you put it was very specific. You used a merger where Peter Obi and Dati are in front. And I think that's so that's a way to put it. Just that in that case, I don't know if I'll call it a merger. You join. If I don't know if join that is a word, but I mean, like I think a couple of people have said it. It's okay if they want to join. I think they should join. If they feel like their eyes are now open But what I think everybody is against is a merger, where what they call a merger, especially in the sense of, okay, you bring your own, you take your own with you bring here, you bring here. I mean, well, like we've established, I think that was just even a funny story. I think one thing people don't realize as well is that at this point, whatever they call it, I don't know if told them that they can change candidate or one candidate can switch to another place, but it's okay. Quickly, let's go to Oma's therapy, after which we'll come to Oduntutu.
Good evening, MS Adam. Well, meaning Jimmy, my sister Gosword. Um, I was there on Sunday. I had just come into Nigeria a few weeks back. I came in quietly, unannounced. Because I'm from Imo State, we all know what Imo State is like, and because APC people know, like, I'm on them. So I just came in unannounced, went to see my parents. Even my mom wasn't comfortable. She just kept saying, leave, 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 leave. I did the programs I had to do there, and then I have trainings in Abuja. We are getting ready for World Mental Health Day, which is in October, by the way. But I decided to come earlier so I can also do some things and then run the trainings and get ready for it. So I came into Abuja and I said okay, because before I traveled out of the country, I'd always been in River State. So I was doing all the politicking and everything in River State. I came to Abuja. I met a few people online on Twitter, and I hadn't seen them before. I think Chigozie, and we were discussing one day, and I found out he was from Imo State, and I was from Imo State. So as soon as I got in, and then the talks about the rally came up, I called him and I said, I'm in Abuja in case there's anything I can do. I'm ready, for any obedient stuff going in Abuja. And he was like, okay. So I think his own group and some other people were planning the All Eyes on Judiciary rally first. Then they now saw this one. So he was like, okay, let's, go and meet the organizers of this one. And we can have more than one. Like if any support group or anybody wants to, champion a rally, we can join hands with them, do it. And even other support groups come together, we'll join hands with them. So it's like we're always together, So that's how I got in. And so on Sunday, I think it was around 9, I asked him, when are we supposed to come? He said I should come earlier because we needed to pick up some t-shirts and some other stuff, stickers and all of that. So we're like, okay, if it's going to start by 2 p.m., we'll be there by 12. So I got there to Citygate by 12, and I saw, then they were just like, it was like 3 trucks, yeah, of the army and all that. I took a boat. So as I was coming down, one of them approached me and actually said, no, don't park here. And I said, no, he's just dropping me, he's going, I want to come down. And he says, for what? Don't even come down here. And I'm like, this is the meeting point. And he says, there's no rally going on today. You guys are not allowed to have any rally. And so I just told the guy to go forward a bit. We went forward a bit. I called Chigozie and he said, oh, we're in one fuel station down the road, just come there. And I went there and he said to me, I said, okay. He said he was waiting for some people here so we can all go together to the city gate. And I said, no, the military men are there and police and all that. He said, yeah, in every rally, they should be there, because, to make sure that everything goes on well, to provide safety and all of that. So let's go and meet them so we can even rapport with them, like get to know them before. And I laughed and I said, we can't do that. And I told him what happened. This is what they told me. So there's no way these guys are going to listen to us. They've already told me that there's no. So it occurred to us because we were wondering why is it that people are not there already, like, before. So I was thinking, and I told you guys, I think, okay, so that means everyone that came here, these guys have been scaring them away or telling them to go or something like that. So he now called the organizers and they said we should come to area 1. That let that be the new meeting point and all. So we went to area 1. Getting there, we met, I think, the one of the guy in charge with the secretary. And when we got to area 1, we just looked at the area. We're like, no, we can't meet here, because it wasn't like a very safe environment. So we're thinking, and we kept saying, that was when Miss Bayat and the sister came, because like nobody even knew I was in Nigeria. So I just knew her face from Arise, that interviews that she has granted with, and I went to meet her. So Miss Barrett, I'm the fair lady that was with Chigozie. So so we were discussing, okay, let's go to the stadium. Like, they won't disturb us because this place is like a public place, and there were a lot of people around. Somebody can infiltrate and turn this rally into something. So let's go to the stadium. So we're like, okay, call the people, because he said the people there, he had like 2 buses of people coming. So we're like, okay, redirect them to stadium. Just that split second of just trying to say, where are we going to meet next, because this area 1 is not. We just came in, and just like how Miss Barry had described, it was like over 15 trucks of Nigerian army, police, DSS. These guys were wearing bulletproof vests. They were with all kinds of weapons. And when I saw them, I just muttered to myself, I'm like, are we in a war? Like, over 15 trucks for what? For who? And then they came down and they said, oh, all of you leave here. Everybody leave here now. Get out. Leave here. All of you just, they were just screaming. And and I knew, I saw Miss Barrett and sister go inside the car, but just like what she said, they had already blocked them. And then because we parked in that fuel section, there, and walked down. So we started walking back. So as we're walking back, one of them screamed, yeah, and then this guy is videoing, bring that phone. And me, I already had because we're making calls and telling people, no, this is the new place, we should converge and all of that. My phone was in my hand, and I think Chigozie went, behind and was trying to do a video and all. So like, come here, they took the guy. Then Chigozie, they took his phone from him, and then the guy looked and said, yes, that lady there, get her phone, give her phone. There's a video on Twitter already, I'm sure she has put it up or something like that, And I was just looking at him, I was like, sorry, I've had my phone. I forgot I was doing a video. He came, collected it. Then I said we should get into the car to area 1 police station or so. We got into that one just for them to drive off. The DSS came and told them no, that they should stop, and told us to enter the DSS van. And they took Chigozie, Morel, and one Ekene was a bouncer that came. Chigozie came with him and took us to DSS office. We got there. They took our phones, took everything we had on, like my handbag with everything inside, your jewelries, what they do. It took all of it, and then they were asking us while we're on the street and said, we came off a rally. Who organized the rally? I said, we don't know. I saw the flyer online and we joined, and they were like, it's illegal. We're like, how is it illegal? What, are we not supposed to have a right to peaceful protest? And because we had spoken to the one of the organizers before then, he had already told us that yes, they wrote letters to the force, and they went with lawyers even to submit those letters. And I was like, so but they wrote to the force, we wrote to you guys, like you knew this was going to happen. And then he said, were you cleared? At that point I got confused. I'm like, are we supposed to be cleared? And he said, yes, if you submit a letter, then you have to wait for it to be cleared. It wasn't cleared, and you guys went ahead, so you're doing something illegal. And I said to him, I've never heard that you have to, you say that we're not supposed to take permission, that we're supposed to notify you that we're going to do this, and then we send you letters. You now say we have to be cleared again. I don't understand that, So they now told us that they're just advising us that, we shouldn't be out on the street. So from what they said, I just gathered that they're not going to allow us to do any protest. They're not going to. So they're going to come with, if we write letters to them, they'll say, no, it wasn't cleared. If we write letters to say, oh, we're going to do this to the force, to the military, to police, to DSS, they're going to say, oh, no, it wasn't cleared. So you're not going to do this anymore. Yeah, so we were just there. We didn't know. And funny, it was funny because as we were there, the only thing that was in our mind was, these guys should continue with this protest too. They should just continue with this. They should just, and we looked at each other and started laughing. We're like, we don't even know our fate. And we're saying they should continue with this protest. Like, we said it like the way we were saying it. Like, we don't even know our fate. We're here saying they should continue with this protest, So they kept us there till about 7, you know. The guy in charge came in and started speaking to us that we should leave the problems of Nigeria, that Nigeria is too complex, it's too complicated. We can't solve this, and them, they are here to obey they are not politically inclined, they are not, they are just here to obey any government that comes, that's their own duties to obey, and all of that. And I was just looking at him, kept us there till 7. Chigozie was ill, we hadn't eaten all day, and then they told us to bring out our phones, took our phones from us and told us to delete all the videos we had. They were even checking if there's any other video that is going to implicate us. And I was asking, what do you mean by any other video that is going to implicate us? So they would say, show us this video, let's look at it, deleted the videos off our phones and just, let us go. So these guys do not want us to protest, do not want us to do any rally. That's the body language. That's what I got from them. We have to reinforce. We have to come back. We have to let them know that we can't do this. If they succeed with shutting us up now, this is like using this as a ploy so that if the judgment comes out and is not, the right judgment, by then they've been able to silence us now, they won't be able to do anything. I think QC Maxwell is here, the lawyers are here. I don't know how they're going to clarify those issues of you have to give letters to the force and then wait for it to be cleared. I didn't understand that. I don't know, but whatever we need to do to ensure that they do not take away that right from us, we
Yeah.
need to do it, because that's the message they're sending to us from the top, from Tinubu. That's what they're
Okay.
telling us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Omas Therapy. Thank you very much, and thank you for showing up. I mean, why I actually left Child Living you to give that account is because it's very much corroborates what Miss Barry had said, and even from another perspective where she wasn't at the time you were there, and it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate, or rather, the Nigerian police and whatever forces they are quite unfortunate. For someone to tell you that you should leave Nigerians' problems for Nigeria, it means even themselves don't think they are Nigerians. I don't know how you become a police when you don't think you are a Nigerian. Very, very unfortunate. Anyway, thank you very much, Umar Therapy. Let me just quickly go straight to Odun Tutu, after which we'll come to Inem.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. 4 minutes,
Okay,
please.
good evening. Okay, thank you. Saddam, good evening, well meaning, and Jimmy. Let me go straight to the topic. LPMerger Lamba. Well, I saw it, but I 100% dismiss it. Because given what happened between Doyin Okupe and the party and all of the gibberish here, the man has been saying, and so many things that happened before now, for me and this movement, nothing surprised me again. But let me just put this together. I think most people didn't really get it. If you recall, there was this wedding program, I think deputy speaker or deputy whatever, one of the National Assembly that the daughter was or the son was doing wedding. From the picture from that wedding, that was when they started their rumor of writing or hobnobbing of, I think that funny character in APC. I don't know what his name. Started writing some rubbish, and from there people pick up. I started publishing the fake news and all that. I'm sure it's probably generated from that. But really, I really did dismiss that. Now, for Tinubu crimes, I hope Jimmy is listening to me. Please, that tomorrow, I don't know the date, whether it's tomorrow or the after tomorrow. He has only one job. And I want to encourage him. Maybe Saddam will talk to, the network of Nigerians or obedient that are in US. I don't want it to be Jimmy alone. The same way we have Sarah, UC Maxwell, General Lucci, and everybody you can get in. I want not less than 2-3 obedient to be in that court and get information. I'm sorry to say, people might say maybe I'm basing conspiracy theory. I do not trust the West. People like us have been listening to BBC since when we are secondary school. There are so many shit that these guys, me or person, I do at this level, I don't trust anybody, internally or externally. That is the fact. For the Tinubu, let me put it this way. One of the fundamental things that most people don't understand is this. I don't think most people really understand what they are dealing with. And let me just go through this, put it this way. I think it was Jimmy that always tell us about the conformity experiment. There's something they call deductive reasoning. You can have a massive information, data, people loading you with something. If you don't sit down and go through and sift through those things that are true, you may end up being confused. Look, I am not a lawyer, and thank God we have lawyers here. Maybe they will still help us out. There are fundamental things about this case. Number one, Tinubu should be disqualified because he was not qualified to run. Number two, we are saying that, look, the conditions for the elections were not followed. And number three, we are saying that, look, based on those conditions, the fact remains that we are contesting the election result in certain places. And we provided facts to back up our claim. APC, INEC, Tinubu, they did not provide any fact to counter it. So my understanding is that, look, if the court do what they're supposed to do, which is one, disqualify Tinubu. Number two, those areas where are disputing the election, when they check the fact we have for them, that should give us the election. We won the election. We have said this several times. So for me, this ideology of rerun is a whole concept of APC. I don't buy into it at all. I don't call it rerun. The election, for me, is a conformity experiment. We won the election. If the facts were actually checked, because by the time you remove Tinubu, that means you are left with Big Tiku and LP. Then let's go to those areas where Tinubu claimed to have won. Based on the fact that we submitted evidence of those results from polling unit, ward, and the states, that we have facts based on the one from the party, agent, the police report and all that. And INEC did not provide. So if INEC did not provide, you follow the facts on the ground. So for me, this idea of rerun or re-election, for me, PDP going in or APC going in, they are the same coin. Look, Nigerians, if you think that, if they disqualify Tinubu, PDP, and Labour will do a run, let me ask you, who do you think, is it the same Okoye that is still there? Is it the same Yakubu that is still there? What makes you think that Atiku will not give money to Yakubu? What makes you think that Festus Okoye will not collect money? Look, Obedient, we need to wake up to this. We won this election. There's any kind of, fine, you may say, okay, PDP is a lesser evil than APC because of rerun and all that. But trust me, APC will prefer Atiku to be there than the Labour Party. They will prefer Atiku to be there than, what is his name? Our principal, Peter Obi. We won this election. We have taken our facts and evidence to court. INEC, APC, and it's all these kangaroo people. They have not been able to dispute it. I believe that should be our focus. To round up, I think Mommy Madonna mentioned, I didn't want to mention it, but maybe I just go ahead since I mentioned it. I think the rally we have, I think maybe some people here have contact with these guys. I believe that it should be the same day. Every part of the country. If we are doing this one based on the person that is there, these people are not ready to be reasonable. And finally, I don't like commenting on people's comment, but I need to make the comment that was made earlier when somebody said people we have merger from APC. And we are not merging with anybody. A lot of people don't really. I don't think a lot of people know the people they are dealing with. You could be singing canary for APC. What makes you think will happen if you merge? You think some people are that valuable? If you make, when we get our mandate, when Peter Obi is installed, if anybody wants to join, well, you can join later. But now, no, because if you try that now, majority of the APC know they are going to lose in the court. They are going to be planted as whatever they want to be planted as.
Yeah.
What makes you think they will not go there and undermine? So please, let's know what we are. Let us focus on the focus.
All right.
The focus is that we did an election and we won it.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry for taking your time.
Thank you very much, Odututu. All right. Quickly, let's go straight to Inem. Please, when the speaker section you intend to speak, ensure that your hand is up. Let's go straight to Inem. After which, I'll come to you, Maxwell.
Okay, thank you. Mia Saddam, well-meaning, Jimmy, everyone on the space. It's just a quick one. And this, the major, that one just make it just come out. Everybody have spoken on that one. To me, it was nothing to me. For this crime, this Tinubu crime, I don't know how we will say or how we will shout or how we will, I don't know the English word. Is it to personify? Is it to stress? Is it to make more emphasis that this man is a criminal? Men, we shouldn't go back and forth. It should be disqualified. Pata. PO won this election squarely. All these criminals, PD, APC, that's still the same thing. Just like what the last speaker just said. That is the same thing. They are the ones that have crippled us thus far. They are the ones that have done, in fact, there's no lesser evil in them, in the two of them. The two of them are criminals. They are the ones that have destroyed the nation thus far. All we need is a new start, a rebuilding, and that will be done with PO. That's what I just have to say. Trying to just look the other way. Is it not Trump that are talking about that they show is the prison is going to, even if it will pay fine, someone has been convicted for a crime. So should be so in Nigeria. Our side should not be different. We are still in this earth. We are not in another planet at all. So what is good for the goats is good for the for the other party, for the Ganda. Tinubu crime. Since one man. Which kind of baggage be this one? You know, say you will come out when they come be president. You go to do all this rubbish. You know, go school. You know, do this one. Yet tomorrow you'll be female. The other one you'll be tortoise. The next minute you'll be antelope. The next minute you'll be which kind of life now? If you knew that you were going to stand, all these things is too much. It's one human being. How can you be coming out with all this chameleon color? Tomorrow you'll be green, the next minute you'll be orange, and the next minute they will say they saw you somewhere 63 years ago, you were a goat. And now you're trying to tell people they were not good. Somebody is going to go and check whether you were a cow. And now they're trying to say, no, it was not a cow. They say, no, don't open the file. They're trying to play. Tomorrow, save a beg. Anything we want to do, let us do it once. Everybody should come out. Like this at the para. Why we go to argue this thing? Crime not crime. You keep person. They can't start saying you know, no kilo, no, he cut the hand, no, he cut the leg, no, he cut this one, he come out the eye. Crime not crime. So maybe we not even try to paint this guy good. This guy na bad guy. Me no even day. We not send him like this. We not send him. Maybe we not paint anything good. We don't to suffer for Niger. Even people who Jack pass Niger, they work out with them. They paint everybody black for this thing. Look at where we did. 62-year mama and papa, they don't carry grandchildren, some great grandchildren. For India, so it be great grandmother. Because then they marry Ed. Which kind of life be this one? I beg, I don't tire. Why you take Tinubu crime thing? We don't crime and we don't crime and this you know say you come on. Why you not get clean record like PO? Why you not get clean record? Now me saying you make you go package all these things when you know say your eye they chook eye for presidency. Why will you go to drag us like this tomorrow, yesterday? We don't even know what thing they go talk tomorrow now. Whether you be being goat for day or you be cow, you be dog. Why will they argue all these kind of things? I beg judiciary. Anyhow, we like me do this Nigeria will take them back to back. So if you like anything where you like be, even if they open that file, they say it was a good cow, fowl, snake, we don't send up. Make them disqualify and give the PO back to him because nobody will conduct this election. Now all these criminals still did that office. I beg una good night, you at the vex.
Oh God, thank you very much, Inem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because we don't know what will happen in that court tomorrow. We might, when they release that information, we might discover that that person was an animal. So I mean, with this guy, it's so much baggage. Use Maxwell, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Inem.
Well, meaning, thanks. I saw your message. Saddam, are you there? Okay, check your WhatsApp, Saddam. Check your WhatsApp. So, I've gotten the location, the time, and where the hearing will take place tomorrow. So, guys, don't worry. I got you. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you very much. I beg after that thing I sent you on the DM, maybe just work on it one kind as much as possible. Um, let's go straight to Yusuf Maxwell. Yusuf Maxwell, please go ahead. Yusuf Maxwell, are you there? Okay, I think Yusuf Maxwell. I don't know, maybe it's network. Okay, quickly. Idea, I know you were here initially and you probably fell off. Go ahead, after which we'll come to Rita.
Yeah, women in Nigeria. I greet you, Emir Saddam, Jimmy, and everybody on space. All protocol duly observed. I actually wanted to react to your submission earlier. That was on the LPMerger Lamba. I actually like, the term you put with Lamba. So I want us to know quickly. It's important that at this point, every obedient, you must activate what I call citizen journalism. We need to start uh, verifying stories ourselves and not waiting for the mainstream media. Because, of course, we know that the media set agenda for the people. They decide what you think, they decide what you see over time. So it's important that we ourselves, create content for the media and not the other way around. Why is important is because when the news broke out, I saw the content of the news, and just a quick one. I think it's important whenever you read a news article, the first red flag that you should look out for is what we call anonymous source. So how do you identify anonymous source? Whenever you see article that says according to a source without naming where they got the story from, then it's a red flag. Such news, most times they are called speculations. They are not true. It is based on the prerogative of whoever the source is. So I think for you to identify a authentic news, you, of course, they must name the source and it must be traceable. But if it's not from a reliable source, then you can have what we call anonymous source. So for the article is actually speculation. So if you follow the trend, I think last week, article actually met Kwankwaso. They had a closed door meetings. Even up to now, the details of the meeting is still very sketchy, but it's not unconnected to what is going on in the country. And I think it's from there they brought out that narrative that it was actually a major talk between NMPP, Labour Party, and the PDP. If there's going to be any major talks, I don't think this is the right time for that. The timeline has elapsed and there was opportunity even before the election and it was not conclusive. So that's aside, I just want us to please be very mindful of what is going on the media right now. There are a lot of fake news and it's intentional. Such posts are called agenda posts because they actually want to use that to divert people's attention from the substance, which is the judiciary. So we shouldn't bother ourselves much with this distraction. We have the judiciary that we need to set our gaze on, which is very important for us right now. So for the rally, I think it's important now that we know that the government, so-called selective government of the day, do not give room to what is called opposition. They don't even want any criticism. If it's constructive or destructive, they don't really want it. So it's important now that we begin to look inward and see how best we can, make our voice to be heard. Of course, this platform has been very instrumental to the obedient movement and also the parallel fact. I think if you are here and you have not followed the parallel fact yet, please, I would urge you to do so, because the parallel fact has really been, an information source for us in the obedient movement, because a lot of fake news over time have been pushed through the mainstream media, but the parallel fact has been able to counter some of these narrative. So it's important that you follow parallel fact so you can get the authentic news. Even the major talks we have, the Peter Obi debunking the news is on parallel fact. I think you can get the news details from there. So it's important now you follow this platform so that you can stay abreast of the happenings in real time. And concerning the rally, I think we should be more creative about it. I know there are a lot of people. All right, so I will be rounding up soon. There are a lot of people that would want to come out to protest, but we have to be very sensitive to what is on ground. I just want us to please be very careful so that we will not end up having ourselves to blame. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ID. All right, quickly, let's go straight to God's will, after which we'll come to Emmanuel.
All right. Well,
Good
meaning,
evening,
thank
everyone.
you.
Sorry,
Okay,
Joyful So, not you. God's will. So just Joyful So, just raise your hand. I think maybe you got it wrong.
okay, okay.
So Rita,
Good
go ahead.
evening, everybody. Okay, so
All right. Thank you very much. Well, meaning, Amy Saddam, Jimmy. I haven't seen Otumba yet. I've not heard from Caesar today. I hope they are all fine. Now I know why I'm not seeing Omar regularly. I know he's fine. I've not seen these guys today, and or Otumba. I've not seen him for some time now. I hope all is well. Okay, greetings everybody, and thank you for this great opportunity. Okay, concerning the LPMerger Lamba, I just want us as obedient to understand one thing in case we have forgotten that we obedient, we are the ones controlling the narrative on social media as it is currently. And that whatever information we carry, it spreads like wildfire. For this knowledge, we have to be very careful the kind of news we talk about and we spread. Jimmy and some other persons were on that space yesterday, and we all saw what happened, how some of us, took the whole thing and all that. Let's be very careful the kind of news we carry and how we carry them. That yesterday, I saw one person. I don't know if there are some persons disguising as obedient or they are obedient who does not know their right from their left. I don't understand. Tweeted and he made a poll and say if there's a rerun or whatever, Obi and Kwankwaso, Obi and I just walk up past like say I don't see anything. As in, why should anyone be thinking about a rerun in the first place? And even if you're going to talk about rerun, you're thinking of Kwan Toku, abi waiting that woman call am for that video, say who be Kwan Toku, who be Kwan this. A man that is not known. Where was Kwan Kwasor when Dati has been doing all he's doing for the obedient movement? As a matter of fact, Dati is like Dati is the fire, is the brimstone behind the obedience movement. The challenge we did that the world heard about it when he said, if you inaugurate this person, you are swearing in someone against our constitution. The whole world saw that challenge. The whole world heard our voice. The man is a man that speaks. He talks. He doesn't care who it may affect or who is affected when he's saying things. He said them the way they are. This is a man God has carried to complement our very cool and soft speaking principle. And one person disguising to be an obedient is coming to say, Kwankwasa, a Kwankwasa that won just one state. Even if they are talking about people, the name of Kwankwaso says no join. Women, I see your hand. And then is it Atiku, the SPV man? Is that not the structure of criminality that our principal is talking about dismantling? These guys have kept this date because they want to play the mind game. They want to throw so many things at us because they know we will talk they know we will talk about some of these things. They want to hear what we're feeling. They want to know what we want like. So if we carry this nonsense and run with it, we are not doing ourselves any favors. So please, let's be very careful what we do. Like someone was talking about, if it was because of the Twitter, whatever. I beg you. We're looking for a country that will work for everybody. Not the peanut Elon Musk has to give to anybody. Even if he give you 1 million naira, say, you know, rich compared to when you have a country that will work for you as a citizen. You can drive all over without being afraid of anybody coming to kidnap you. That's the kind of country we're looking for. We're looking for something that money cannot buy. There's a kind of peace you will have, and you know that money cannot give you that peace. That's the thing. That's the country we are fighting for. So nobody should come and be peddling nonsense. And even if you want to peddle something, not our firebrand vice principal. Like seriously, I just want us to understand that we control the narrative right now, and we just have to be very careful what we carry, what we spread, and what we run with. I'm so glad we're having this space right now talking about it. It's Lamba, and that's what it is, and that's what it will remain, and it will die there. Thank you very much. I
All
yield.
right.
Please come to our prayer space. Come to our prayer space tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the morning. Thank you,
All right.
everyone. I yield. Love you
All
all.
right. Thank you very much, Rita. Please, prayer space. So it's tomorrow, 6 a.m. All right. Quickly, let's go straight to Emmanuel. After Emmanuel, we can come to Joyful Soul. So,
Hi everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and depending on where you're spacing from. So first of all, for the merger thing, it's simple. What has light got to do with darkness? I think that ends the case there. There's no long talk on that. I don't see how that's possible. Now, I've been hearing too much of rerun. We do rerun. After this, they rerun. Please excuse me. I don't understand. If running is hungering you, go to TBS Stadium, run round the tracks, or better still, go to iFitness Gym, go and ask them for treadmill. Let them give you, and you can run there. But please, I'm not here. I'm not in this to be doing any running. I'm not here for running with anybody. Okay, it's for 70-year-old men in a remote village from where I come from to be telling me that they are putting their eyes on the judiciary, and then someone is coming here to tell me, oh, the only rerun will accept is PDP. And excuse me, please. If you want to run, go and look for treadmill. Go and run all your life there, but don't bring that nonsense talk up here. It's not needed. This is a clear case of someone winning. He won clearly, even with the rigging, with the nonsense they did. He proved it that he won clearly. So when I'm hearing rerun, it makes no sense. There is no sense in it. So please, let's stop this. Let's start stopping this conversation from now. Let's start stopping this conversation from now. We're not in a race where we're not running a race where it seems like, oh, we do not know what we've done, or we do not have evidence for what we've done. Excuse me, evidence plenty for ground. So please, all this rubbish talk of, oh, if they just say let's do it run and let them just disqualify Tinubu. Excuse me. There is
Emmanuel,
no need for that rubbish.
Emmanuel,
Yeah, I'm listening.
do you think the
Yeah.
election followed the INEC guideline?
Don't, come on now. Well, meaning both of us we were on a space for this. We knew what
Yeah,
guidelines
so
were.
that's
It
my
didn't
question.
follow
Do you think
the
the
full
election
guidelines.
followed the INEC guideline?
No, it didn't follow the full guidelines.
Okay,
Definitely,
okay.
everyone knows that.
Go on.
Now, this is what I'm driving at, right? Even with the fact that it didn't follow the full guidelines, we still have proved beyond reasonable doubt that we won the election. So there is no case of rerun here. Both with their incompetence and everything, we still proved it that we still won the election. So any case of rerun should not even be brought up at all. Now, I'll end with this. And this is a message to the military and the DSS. Now, to the military guys, many of you started your careers as young boys going through the Nigerian Military School, Zaria. Some of you went through Air Force Military School, JOS. Graduated as ex-boys and ex-jams. For those of you who went through NMS, most likely you were deployed to the Jaji cantonment in Kaduna for a 6-month course. This was after all the rigorous bush camps you had to go in terms of training, gun training. You went through all this rigorous training for the better part of at least after your 6 years in secondary school. You went through this for maybe 2 years to become officers, many of you being deployed to different stations. I know most of these things because in my family I have people who have also served, right? I was also supposed to serve, but well, life had other plans for me. Now, you've gone through these different stages. Many of you now transited to the Nigerian Defense Academy. You went through 5 years, 4 or 5 years, right, with the whole development and everything. Many of you have given your time and your life in the defense of this nation. And to every one of you who keeps doing that till today, I honor you and I respect you. But now this is what I would say to both the DSS, the military. And I understand the fact of obey the last command, which is the military final which is like the final order, right? But please remember this, that someday soon, yeah, well, please just give me 30 seconds and I'll wrap up. But please remember this, that someday soon you will drop your arms, you will drop your uniform, and your children, many of whom may not toe the line that you went through, will be born into this nation. Know this, that the decisions you make now, the decisions you make today, the actions you take now will define the future of your own family. It is a pain and a disgrace to me that the first time my nephew and my niece will come to Nigeria, what they said as the way they recognized Nigeria was that when they got into Nigeria, they saw that everyone was disorganized. And excuse me, my niece and my nephew are just they're less than 10 years old. It's a disgrace and it's painful. So I beg you, yes, I understand the last command. I understand the obeying of the last command. But please, think more about the future of your own children and those connected to you. Thank you very much, everyone, and happy learning
All
out.
right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you for that heartfelt talk. But what I would really just advise, I think it might be cool for maybe a couple of people to read like the court proceedings, the way it went, so we can have a firm understanding. When we sign, I think that's how Saddam started the space today. It's very good that when we clarify. So Tinubu has up to 6 reasons. The last time we checked, at least 6 reasons why it should be disqualified, and all were tendered either by APM or PDP or of course LP. After which, the next thing that the court needs to do is to decide whether the election complied substantially with the Electoral Act and INEC guideline. So they need to decide that. But as of when they will be deciding that, Tinubu would have been disqualified. Now the question is, if they decide that it complies substantially, and I'm saying this so people, when we put out narrative, it's very good that we are sure of what we are saying. If the court says it complies substantially, it means the court have said, oh, Peter Obi can be president, but in 2027, even if INEC does not transmit results, that's totally fine. You don't need to transmit results. You can just go ahead and do whatever you like. And that will be creating a loophole for these criminals to renege and say, we just did this wrong the first time. So it's why we need to, like I usually say, Tinubu must be disqualified. I think that's the one we are most sure of. After which the court can determine compliance. And after determining compliance, can now say, oh, okay, based on this compliance, look at the winner of the election. Or if they feel it's not complying, before they can now go to order. And I think the narrative of Atiku, it will not, if they say it does not comply, it will not be only Atiku. Somebody will be in the election. That's a fresh election. It's not I think some people call it, they think it's a rerun or something. But I think these are like conversations we've had in depth, even looking at LP petition and how it went, especially on 1 million man march cruise space and all that. So it's really why it's good for us to, bring the light to people to understand that. All right, quickly, Joyful Soul, please go ahead. After which I'll come to Mr. Kolade.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Okay, I'm not a big speaker, but I want to address a few things because of what happened on Sunday. First of all, I like to address obedience based on the news, this conformity theory that these guys cooked up, because it's not the first time they are doing it. They always do it. They want to stir up public opinion, and then they come up with these theories, and some obedience, help them to spread it. They are aware. They know we have the numbers. They know we have the voice. They send it out there. And things like this should be easy for you to know what exactly it is. Like, how does it make sense to you that there's going to be a rerun and then Peter Obi is going to be merging with these people? How does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. They are just trying to tell you, oh, they are trying to embolden the judiciary or whatever and make them feel, okay, so there's going to be a rerun. Now you can see that the people are even accepting the idea. It's making sense to them. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know why some of you are on this movement, but as for me, and I think that everyone else that opens their eyes and their minds to see the things that are happening in this country would know that this is our lives. This movement means my life to me because I grew up in Jos. My mom is from Jos, Plateau State. I have seen how the destruction of Nigeria started. I have seen how these little things, how they started it. Mischievous people just started something that we didn't know. And today it has spread all over the country. They are taking it to a whole new level. I want to talk to the security men because at this point, I think I've seen them for what they really are. And reason why I have a lot of respect for Peter Obi, this is it. The reason is that, you see, it takes a lot for a Nigerian leader to do right by the people. The simple reason is because the people are enablers of the evil that these guys do. I don't know whether it's because we do not know what is right for the country or because we don't really care, or for whatever reason, I don't know. What is happening in Niger is happening right before our eyes. And half of what is happening in Nigeria has not yet happened in Niger. And the people are all aligning. They are standing for their country. But we cannot do the same here. It takes a lot for a Nigerian leader to stand and do the right thing. That is why Peter Obi will have my respect, and I will go to whatever lengths it is to protect what he stands for. Because as a Nigerian leader, you don't even need to be evil to do those things. The people will help you. They will embolden you. They will tell you it's okay. They will tell you it's fine because they will keep quiet. Those that would not even talk to you, they would keep quiet. They would watch you. The security people around you, they will tell you it's okay. They don't know or they don't understand. I don't know what is wrong with us. Honestly, it's disturbing. It's disturbing. So you guys, you were about to kill us, right? They took Bulus. And when I saw the way these guys, like, they all came at him like hungry lions. I mean, just one guy. And I was not willing to let him go. I was not willing to let him go because I cannot understand why it's happening. We just came out. We didn't harm anybody. We are not carrying any weapons. It's one thing to do your job, and it's another thing. It's another thing to be so wicked and callous and evil, because what you did that day was pure evil. I was trying to shield this guy, and I thought these people, after they give him, probably giving him a few slaps, maybe they are going to let him go. But no, they were at it. I was dragging him, they were pulling me away, and I wasn't letting go until one of them, they spread this stuff right inside my eye. I didn't even, because I wasn't feeling anything. I was so outraged. I wasn't feeling anything. I didn't know if they were touching me or they were doing anything. But they were spraying this stuff right inside my eyes. Then one of them was able to take me down with his boots. By the time I stood up, I saw Bulus folded up. He was folded up, and I thought he had died. I thought he had died, and I was crazy. I went crazy. Because how would you treat a human being like, even if they sent you, even if you're doing your job, does it mean killing somebody? Because what you did that day, you were not expecting him to live. You were even asking if he's still breathing. Like, you can be that wicked. I've seen you for who you are, and I know that you're not our friends. But I know that these things hit you even harder than we, because you have families. And the worst is that you are even around these politicians. You see their arrogance. You see how they behave. But you're still willing to be their slaves. You carry the guns, but you're the slaves. You're the weakest. You're coward. You're cowards. That's what you are. Yes, and I told you that to your face. You see, the worst you can do is to kill me, right? I told you, the worst you can do is to kill me. And my life is not better than the people that die every day in this country. In this country, people die on a daily basis. Yakubu, go on. I want to speak to you too, because when I was growing up, I heard that some people in the 1970s were killed. They were killed. They were massacred because they dared to say they wanted to said you were fighting for the country, you were fighting for the constitution of Nigeria. Oh, you want to keep Nigeria together. But today, you're not seeing what is happening. You were speaking for the government. You were telling the Supreme Court, they have the final say, we should accept it. No, sir, we do not. At this point, I do not know why those people were killed, because Nigeria makes no meaning today. This could work his way into the presidency. He could work his way into the presidency.
Joyful. So,
Yeah.
okay, I think we keep losing you. Okay, just try to round up in 30 seconds so we can. But we keep losing you.
Okay. Sorry. I think that should be my network. I mean, so a great job. Please, when next we are coming out, we strategize well and we come on that day. If we were more dragging him, I'm sure he wouldn't have gotten that hurt. Thank you very
All
much.
right, all right. Thank you very much, Joyfusu. Thank you very much, and thanks for thank. I mean, thank you. I think I don't need to even ask Miss Barrier before. I know you were the person she said wasn't going to leave the park until you get Dulu's back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's, we have animals. We have animals as security forces. We have animals, like real animals now, not metaphorical. We have real animals wearing uniform in Nigeria, and it's part of that structure that we just need good governance to change. We can't let it go. Ms. Barry, I saw you raise your hand while she was talking, so I'm sure you quickly want to say something before we go to Mr. Kolade.
Yes, yes, just to add, that's Patricia. She was the lady whom a friend of hers dropped her while we were at the city gate, and she joined us in our car. She was the one whom I said was an emotional wreck. The person who came with Bulus, her name is Peace. She's Christian by birth, like she said, but she's a Muslim now, married to a Muslim. And I tell you, I saw an unconditional show of love from Patricia and Peace, whose accounts we're using now to put money for Bulus. Peace, though a Muslim now, never left the side of Bulus. She left her family yesterday, slept with him in the hospital. She was there all through, even when we got there yesterday. She was still there. There was nowhere they were taking Bulus to that Peace wasn't there. That's the name. She just, as she was leaving her house, like she said, she just stopped over at his place and she told him she was coming out for a protest. And Bulus said, "Count me in. Nigeria must work." Patricia was a wreck. She fought so hard to, the women in this movement, I just have to give it up to them. If you see happiness is like the side of we, me, or Sarah. But the trouble she brought to those guys. And my last words, hearing Patricia speak, I'm conflicted really around the Nigerian security. I really don't know how to feel about them. In one breath, you want to feel sorry for them. In another breath, you just want the worst to happen to each and every one of them. But in the midst of the horrors that comes with wearing that uniform that they also met out on citizens, you find a few ones that are good. But for those of them who are constantly sending all of us DMs to speak on their behalf, if you are here listening to us, like we told you guys on Sunday, the time has come for you guys to honestly fucking draw a line. Whether you're going to continuously be antagonistic and evil and wicked towards peaceful protesters, or when you are sent to come kill us, you would actually bring out your guns to shoot us. Draw a line so we know that when we come out, it is a fight for all. Let's not think that you are there to protect us, meanwhile you are sent to kill us. Because it's I am angry, because that Sunday, I honestly was conflicted. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? So for all of you who come here and also tell us, please, this is what somebody sent you a DM in Nigerian military. I don't know whether to say fuck all of them. I don't know whether to say to hell with each and every one of them. There was another young man who recognized one of his neighbors in a uniform of a security outfit. When I was inside after my sister left to go drop Patricia where she would get a vehicle to leave, I was still at the park. They came back for me afterwards. I was with the lady who came with bullets. And when he sighted me, he walked over to me. And we also dropped him off before we left. And he said something. He said, "Miss Kabrick, you won't believe whom I saw here. I saw one of mine." He recognized me. I didn't even see him. He was the one who pushed me away. When he saw me, he was weak. That's the guy saying when the guy recognized him, he was weak. He was weak. Because here he was sent to come and kill, to brutalize, and he saw a little young man who happens to be his neighbor. And there he was with his gun all out, ready to kill. If you're listening, Nigerian police, Nigerian military, Nigerian Air Force, NSCDC, the fucking DSS, most especially That's DSS or SSS. It is time you guys understand that there is anger in the land. And someday, the lines will be drawn and the gods will no longer be at ease. I yield. Thank you. Love you, Patricia. Well done. God bless you for what you did for Bullets. Your strength failed you, but do not be in any way feel defeated because we're coming out again. And this time around in our numbers, and we will defeat evil for good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Barry. I was just about saying that I mean, for people in Abuja, and you know, it's crazy because the funny thing is, everybody that came out that day, it's from them I keep hearing, "We are coming out again. We are coming out again." I mean, they came out, they saw, and of course that's very much peculiar to Abuja because of the kind of sensitive place Abuja is. Like I think Miss Barry had said it earlier. Because if you saw what happened, let's say maybe in Edo or a couple of other places, it's relatively minimal. But I just want people to tap from that strength. And because Omar's therapy said earlier, because I thought Mr. Maxwell was going to speak and probably talk about it. As a matter of fact, you don't need any police permit or anything to go out for an exit. I mean, it's even just courtesy for you to inform them. It's courtesy, as in just you being cautious to inform the police. Principle 6 of the Nigerian Police Code of Conduct says it clearly. Nigerian Police Code of Conduct says one of their rules is to maintain, and I quote, maintain a neutral position with regards to the merits of any labor dispute, political protest, and other public demonstration while acting in an official capacity, nor make endorsement of political candidates while on duty or in official uniform. Maintain neutral position. That's what they are supposed to do. So even the police don't know their laws. The things we need to fix in Nigeria, some people don't know how deep it is. When you hear some of us shout every now and then, some of us have seen some of these things. But it's all right. Mr. Kolari, please go ahead, after which we'll come to Oge God and Ejikeme.
My brother, thank you so much. Emir Saddam, I salute. Oga Jimmy, I hail you, sir. Oh, to everybody out there, Oga Brahim, I greet everybody. Miss Barrier, God bless you real good. God bless you. Joyful soul, God bless you. And everybody who came out, God bless all of you. We sincerely appreciate you. And in this struggle, all of us together, we shall see the end of it and we shall achieve our goal for all this struggle together. Okay, I just came up when I heard people saying this. Look, we need to understand one thing. We went to court and we're asking for different things. Several times, well-meaning has analyzed this to us. Okay? We didn't just go to court to ask for one thing. So going to court, if they choose to say that, oh, the election did not go by the guidelines, they did not follow their guidelines, fine, election is going to be nullified. So don't let us, that is reality. We should face it once and for all. It's going to be nullified and we are going to have election and another election. But one thing is certain, Tinubu must be disqualified in anything they want to say. It's one of our prayers that this man forfeited this amount of money. So therefore, for narcotics dealing, for drug dealing, cocaine, heroin, and co dealing, he forfeited this, so and the constitution is against that. So therefore, he's not allowed to run for that position. So that's one of our prayers. So they must answer all these prayers for us. And if they still come and say, oh, the INEC, we didn't see this thing, that there's no substantial the evidence to say that they didn't comply, they complied. If they come and tell us they complied, then they are obligated to now count those 18,000 law results in our favor. So that is when we are going to win outrightly. So please, obedience, we need to learn to play around these things and to our own advantage. Let us amplify how it really affects us. That is what they don't want us to say. It's as simple as ABC. If they now come to now say, oh, you know what, INEC did everything, they followed their this thing, they didn't see whatever, so the election should stand. So if it's going to stand, then they need to count those results in our own favor because they did not contradict it to say it belongs to them. But we took it to court to say, look, this result affected us. So that is what I say. I should just come out and say, I'm not a lawyer, though, but I have common sense and I use my common sense. So the justices should just know this and we'll be waiting for them. Thank you so much, my people. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. I think that's very. I like the way you put it. I like the way you put it. And so the justices, so that they will know that Nigerians, Mr. Kolade is an IT, a full-blown fledged IT person. So, oh God, you guys don't know what's coming. You really do not know. All right. Okay, God, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, well-meaning. Good evening, everyone on the space. Emia, I greet you. I greet Jimmy. I greet everyone, Miss Barriat, Oma, everyone who went out to the rally, especially the ladies there. Please receive your truckload of flowers. God bless you for all you do. Okay, so I'm just here to talk about the LPMerger Lamba, right? And my case is particular to the obedience that are looking forward or that were, because I believe that by now, with all that has been said, that people are beginning to understand that that's actually a blunder to think that we can have a rerun and if ever that there's going to be a merger and then we replace that for a Kwankwaso or for an article. See, I don't want to talk about article because I won't have enough time. So let me just talk about Kwankwaso because I know more about Kwankwaso. And I want to say to every obedient, especially those who do not have an experience of Kwankwaso's governance. Because the reason why some people would come up and say or suggest that Kwankwaso should be the person that will now be the vice or the deputy to Peter Obi is because all you know about Kwankwaso was he attended town hall meetings, he wore suits, and he spoke English. That's all you know about him. What else do you know? Wait. What else do you know about Kwankwaso apart from you heard him come out during town hall meetings and said the things he said? Kefozo, what else do you know? Nothing. Now we there for can go tell on us be with Kwankwaso governance. Now we go tell on whether he go fit stand next to Peter Obi. Now we go tell on whether he get anything on that. No bunna, we just they hear town hall mangana. When I come here, they tell us say make him come replace that. To start with, education. Because in the north, they'll say Kwankwaso promoted education, he built schools. The schools that Kwankwaso built, his children cannot go to them. The schools he built, even an average, someone who lives on the average, a middle class person will not send his children there. But the schools that Dati built, for goodness sakes, you know how far. That is the person you want to bring down Dati for. Wait, that is the person some people are comparing Dati for. And you see, another reason why some people want to suggest a Kwankwasia for a Peter Obi is because, you know, all this narrative of if we have Kwankwaso, we get the North. Please, let me shut that down for you because I live in the North and I know what went down, especially in Kano State during the elections. If you all don't know, the figures you saw in Kano or for Kano State during the elections was not Kano's result for LP. See, it was NMPP, the same Kwankwaso, that rigged us to the mud in Kano. Why? They wanted to make sure we did not change or we do not change that narrative that an Igbo man can be accepted in the North. They wanted to change, they wanted to insist on pushing that narrative that a Christian cannot be accepted in the North. If the real result of the North, especially that of Kano, should come out, it will daze a lot of people. When they saw the votes coming in on was it 18th of February, let me tell you, they were scared to their bones that their people could afford to vote for a Peter Obi. So they had to rig it massively to make sure that didn't come out so that that narrative is not changed. So please don't tell me a Kwankwaso because that man rigged us to the mud. For someone to come up here and say that the people that are coming, they are not corrupt. Who said Kwankwaso is not corrupt? If he were not corrupt, the 8 years he did in Kano State, what did he invest in his people apart from the flyovers he built? What else? Flyover said Nagando definition. Did he invest in his people? Did the poverty level of his people go down when he was governor? You're coming to say he's not corrupt, so he can merge. Mona mind on herself. I beg, I no one para for this place, I beg. May I yield the mic for you, but just to say, please, we cannot have a merger with Kwankwaso. I beg you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, God. And thank God, truth be told, now for this place here today, now the year say, okay, some people they do comparison, they can't they do poll and all those kind of things. Thank God say I not say. God, that's Nisha and Nigeria. And the course of this kind of finish. AGK man, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, my good brother. Well-meaning Nigeria, Emir Saddam, Jimmy. These bastards have been, messing up with my network. But we die here. We're not going anywhere because the criminal drug baron Bola Ahmed Tinubu is gone like subsidy. We're only just waiting for the due date to stamp him out, to exterminate, to annihilate, to bury APC forever. Well, I am starting my conversation tonight. Well, there's no need talking about this merger because constitutionally and electorally it is not possible. So anybody that is propagating this level of fake news, I really do not understand how they want to, make it happen. Everything happened in this particular movement and in this particular electoral season for good, and God's hand was in it. Every day I thank God that Kwankwaso, God somehow puts too much pride in him, and in that putting pride, God wanted us to see somebody in that team, and we have seen that. We have seen, their level of credibility. Just like the last speaker just said, if the real results of Kano State actually comes out, we would be shocked. Just like Atiku is shocked in Adamawa eventually when the results came out. So basically, there's nothing, on this major Lamba. Nothing. It's just some criminal elements like the criminal drug baron himself, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have obedience. You people have to be very, very proud of yourselves. You have dismantled an age-long media machinery, media propaganda that was packaged for years for this movement, and you people just dismantled it like a broom. That is, and burnt it down. You people burnt it down completely, burnt the whole media machinery totally to the ground. So you people should be very proud. I've never seen this kind of movement. Some of them, especially from the SPV party, the PDP, are already acknowledging what the obedience have done. That is what, for me, gives me joy. Any other thing is nonsense. At this level, at the 11th hour, and you are talking about merger. Merger with who? INEC they could not sum up this man's vote, the whole cancellation and the whole removal and the whole deletion of his vote. And yet, we had 6 point something million, according to the criminal Mahmoud Yakubu and Festus that must be in jail. They still gave us 6 million. Imagine if they allowed the real results to drop. We shouldn't have been here, but let us see it from the aspect that God wanted all these things to happen because God wanted to expose the whole system. However, you see, Mr. Jimmy, tomorrow we start another marathon where the criminal drug baron Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be unveiled as the first hermaphrodite in Nigeria, the first man that has a penis and a vagina in Nigeria, in Aso Rock. That is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the criminal drug baron and hermaphrodite. From tomorrow, it will start happening in court. We are here to anchor it and to amplify it. Bola Ahmed Tinubu must be disqualified. Any other thing, Samani and the other 4 judges. Well, I hope they know also that CNN, BBC, and of course all other world news will be in their court premises to see them disgrace their family lineage forever or to uphold it. Anything that is not the disqualification, outright disqualification of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the criminal drug baron, APC, and their likes from this particular electoral process will be suspending the Nigerian constitution, period. Any other thing is not acceptable. That is what obedience must always remember to carry on and to champion it and to amplify it. That is what I have come here to say today. Any other thing is not acceptable. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, AGK man. I think that's a very perfect place to leave it. The truth is that at the end of it all, after all said and done, I said it earlier, Tinubu has, at the very least, 6 reasons why he should be disqualified. Each of them being enough. Each of them on their own being enough. So there is absolutely no reason why Tinubu should not be disqualified in this court. I've said it so many times, and I'm not saying it for jokes, that even if, like we've said that, oh, let's make things easy, they want to uphold the election and declare Peter Obi the winner by counting the real votes, even if that's what they want to do, before they give that judgment, they must first establish that Tinubu have been disqualified. That is needed for the growth of Nigeria as a country. And that's the narrative I think everybody should stand on. Tinubu must be disqualified. At that point, thanks. I'll just thank everybody for coming. I'll yield now to Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Well, in Nigeria. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Ms. Barrier. Thank you, guys. Ejike, I see you. Thank you, every single one of you. It's been an amazing space as usual. We had long deliberations, long discussions. Thank you to every single one of you that have reached out to Bulus. I see all the receipts. God bless you all. Thank you. I think that's a form of encouragement to him. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you, the Violence Space team, cast and crew behind the scenes, the Power Facts team behind the scenes, writers, editors, all our readers. God bless you all. Thank you to everyone that came out today again. Hopefully, we'll be back here on Thursday or Saturday, as the case may be. Please keep staying on the issues as I've been saying here all through. Tinubu has to be disqualified. He must be disqualified because there is no reason why a man with so much debt, with so much baggages should even in the first place. It is how useless our system has been that gave him the effrontery and the courage to even step out in the first place. Such a man with such baggages should be hiding somewhere, eating his ill-gotten wealth. But no, he has to come out and rub it on our faces that despite how bad a past he has, bad a present he has, he can also use that everything he has accumulated over the period to also vie for the highest office in our land. As long as Nigeria has a constitution, as long as we are still a democratically run nation, Tinubu has no business in Aso Rock. And I'm saying this with my own chest that the moment the judiciary fails to do their work, which is to uphold the constitution, that is their job. Honestly speaking, that there is no longer a country. We have no country because that means there is no law anymore in the land. Anybody can do whatever he seems or whatever they feel like doing, and that's a recipe for disaster for the biggest black nation on earth. So it is important our judges stand up for once and do what is right. Do what is right. Do what you went to school to read. Do what you have spent years of your lives growing up to become. So it is important we shape this narrative this way. Please, guys, there are still matches going on across the country. This Saturday ahead and Kaduna, Enugu, and some couple of places that will be having their matches. Please reach out, ginger out, come out and mass in your numbers. Do not sit down at home and wait. Just let the solidarity march keep going on. Let us keep pushing ourselves. Let us keep encouraging our people and also keep spreading the word out there, because if you get this information, we always say on this platform, is one man for 10 people. You should be, by this time, you have educated at least 10 people in your circle of influence, family, friends, relatives, of all eyes on the judiciary. Let them know. Let them get ready, because eventually one thing must give. It's either Nigerians celebrate en masse or we come out en masse and change the status quo in that country. It is important we continue to prepare ourselves for the battles ahead. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters on the platform. It's been an amazing space with you guys. Hopefully we'll be back here again. Hopefully on Thursday and on Saturday should be our massive space. I am still skeptical about Thursday, so I'm saying hopefully on Thursday, but I know Saturday we must be back on Saturday for that big space where we'll be discussing about all these pastorpreneurs and all these imams and all these men of gods and women of God of men that have kept us where we are today as a country. Thank you. God bless you all that came out today one more time. Well done, Nigeria. God bless you. Thank you, Jimmy. Mrs. Barrier, thank you for the sacrifices. A GK, please, if you did not get a chance to speak, of which you guys are in your numbers, I am sorry. It's because we have to close this space right now. We have been here for over close to 5 to 6 hours, and we just have to rest for the day. Thank you to every single one of you that came out here. All our regulars, thank you. I see you, Pels. Thank you, my sister. Thank you, Captain Jamil, Spotlight, Mami Bolande, Magnific Dude, Big Mac. Thank you so much, Naomi, Anka Dede, Omega XD, Antonia, Honorable Adad, Engineer Shaibu, Hey Franny, thank you, God's will for us, God's will for Nigeria, thank you, Polonium, call me Lexi, thank you, Kolade in the first son, Lawaski, a new Nigeria, SIM card, Nina, Cindy Gold, Gladys, Dr. Barry, Dr. Lou, Anders the structure, Ado Werodun Tutu, Oge God, Estate, Shrubs, Chulo, Stella, Emmanuel, Duchess, Anze, Ken, Hesley, Mike, Ikenna, Yvonne, Mugzi, every single one of you, please. Thank you so much for coming out today. Patience, I see you. Thank you, Dr. Bankole, Mama Wakiri. Thank you. We'll be back here hopefully God's willing on Thursday. For my side is good night. Stay safe and remember all eyes on the judiciary. Good night.